Mic's on. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for March 5th, 2019. We'll begin with a special order. We're going to take a case out of calendar, out of order. This is the item number one, new case on the zoning calendar. It's 2019-33BZ, 423 Beach, 43rd Street, Queens. This is the New York City Mayor's Office of Housing Recovery Operations. Please come forward. Where's the architect? Oh, come. Let me swear you in.
They can swear in the day.
Yeah, you can just raise your hands. Ken? So, Steve?
Okay, would you both at the same time?
Yeah, makes me
Not a
happy.
problem.
Raise your hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Good, thanks, Steve.
Yeah, yes. My name is Frank Atella. Good morning. I'm an architect representing HPD for this Build It Back project at 423 Beach 43rd Street in Rockaway, Queens. And we're here today to ask for appeal regarding the minimum required front yard and side yard for this detached two-family home on an existing small lot.
That's good.
That's pretty much it.
Pretty much it. Okay. Did you want to add anything?
Sure, Steve.
For the record, I'll identify myself. My name is Stephen Levine, RA, Special Technical Advisor representing Housing Recovery Operations in this matter. We support the application, and we believe these are the minimum variances necessary before the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any speakers on this one? So in addition to which, like all the Build It Back cases, this is a request to waive board rules to expedite the process. So for a motion to close?
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant?
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Application's been
Thank you.
granted.
Have a good
Thank
day.
you. Okay, back on the regular scheduling calendar. Continued hearing items, item number 1, 30-58BZ, 18417 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Okay. Oh, okay.
Hi, good morning. Todd Dale appearing for the applicant. So from review session, as I understand it, there were two key questions that were raised. The first was regarding the sidewalk dimension, and the second was regarding an enclosure around the trash area. The applicant agrees and will make those reflected changes on the plans. Unfortunately, couldn't get it done for today, but could get it done by March 8th, which I think is
Oh.
Friday.
Okay.
Do you want, we can put it on for March 19th for decision.
Okay.
March 19th is fine?
Or 22?
Yeah, okay, so if you could bubble the change on the drawing, and on your cover letter indicate what it is that you're submitting, specifically what's on the drawing we should be looking for, that would make our review much easier.
Yep, we'll submit the plans, bubble plans, indicate the changes in the cover letter, and, I'm sorry, what was the date for the decision? For the
Well,
for the
so it would
hearing?
have to be
The hearing?
continued till March 19th.
March 19th, okay. And we'll submit by Friday. That's
Okay.
fine, I think, 3/8.
Great.
Okay, so submission by Friday for continued hearing on March 19th.
Is the dumpster's going to be enclosed, is it going to be moved as well, or is it going to be enclosed in?
My understanding is it was going to be in the same location, but
Okay.
an enclosure around that.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, great. And what else was there? The dumpster and the sidewalk.
And sidewalk dimension.
And the sidewalk dimension, correct.
Right, okay, great, thank you. Are there any speakers on this? I don't think so.
Great. Item number 2, 62468BZ, 1880715 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Okay. Thank you. No, that's yours too.
Hi, good morning. Todd Dale for the applicant. So before we start the review session, I just wanted to pass this up. We'll submit these into the record, but just so the board can see, there was a little break in weather. They were able to paint the frontage on the side street, so those photos will show that. Some of them printed on both sides. It's the same photo, but it just shows that it's a consistent painting. They've cleaned it up. And just as a quick aside, those boxwoods that are in there are still alive. Just according to the landscape architect, they're going to really grow once spring hits. They don't really grow during the winter, but they stay, they'll maintain.
But it's a skinny little planter, so it's not ever going to be a big bush. It's going to
Right.
stay low ground covery type.
They said they should get up to maybe 2 or 3 feet eventually. That's what was told to me.
Okay.
I will
Like a
defer to,
bonsai.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'll defer to the botanist on that.
Okay.
But from review session, I know that there was a question raised about the rear area. I just wanted to clarify that the plans that were submitted where we're proposing extending the wood fence to be fully opaque, the reason that no landscape is proposed back there is because it is a fully paved area. However, in conjunction, in understanding of the concerns of the board and the fact that there's been a residential building that's been constructed since this was originally granted, they have agreed to remove that trash enclosure. I just want to make sure the board's aware of that. Previously, the trash was back there with the dumpster, and the neighbors had a review of this. And in the interest of trying to be a good neighbor, they've moved that all inside the building, and they agreed to keep it inside the building. The trash will all be taken care of on Northern Boulevard, so that back area will have nothing in it. Now, they already had a condition before saying that they couldn't use that one open paved area behind Lot 5. They would agree to extending that to the open area behind Lot 7. As far as I know, there have been no complaints about the use of the backyard. They're not intending to use the backyard. But, as far as putting any planting in, one, it wouldn't be seen with the new fence that's being proposed, and two, there's really no area back there where they can plant without tearing up the existing pavement that's
Right.
back there.
I mean, obviously, we always direct to tear up the pavement for the planting because
Right.
that's how it's done, right? And the main complaints against the site were about storage on the street, not
Right.
in that back area. But it's true that the back area is a potential storage area, and we can't, it's not really something that we can regulate. So I don't know, how do the other commissioners feel about this? Anybody? We know what we're talking about here, that says the back area behind the building, right? That's not in this photograph. Right. So the question is, do we direct them to landscape behind the building, or do we just leave it alone?
They have residents behind that building.
Yeah.
We did go into this at, not the last hearing, but the one before that. I do believe we did say something about landscaping at that point, or cleaning it up.
No, we said landscaping at the last hearing.
Right, and just, we examined, and it's a paved area, but just to also clarify back there, that there is, and it wasn't shown on the previous plans, I just want to point out that there is a large tree back there that does provide a lot of screening, at least in the center of the lot. It wasn't previously shown on the plans, but it's it's like a 20, 30-foot tree that's back there that's like right at the corner of, I think it's Lot 5.
But it's on the neighbor's property, no? No?
Right,
Oh,
it's right there. So, but I mean, there is that's there. And, even though they do own that portion of Lot 1 is their property, they let the neighboring dwelling, at least the one that fronts over on Utopia, use that as part of theirs, and so we're proposing
Right,
the fence
understood.
there. So, I
Yeah.
mean, we do understand, the board's concern just generally, but also with this lot. But as we pointed out, we are proposing a fully opaque fence. We're not sure how any landscaping would be seen through that fence. And with respect to using that area, there's been no use of it. They don't want any use of it. And, in a sign of good faith, they did remove that previously approved trash enclosure just to make it just a blank open space. So,
The opaque fence would only be so high. There are windows, the residents have windows facing that area. Honestly, I would prefer if it could be made as nice to look at as possible.
I understand the point, and I always say back is, we pre-exist that building. So
I
that building was built after our use was there, and I think that the removal of the trash enclosure, I think is, as I said, it's a sign of an effort to work with them to clean up the fence. I guess someone from on the third story or whatever the upper stories could look down and see, but currently looking down to what is an approved trash enclosure, and it's going to be removed, so we are improving it. They're not going to see anything there. There's not going to be any use back there. And it's just the cost of digging up that pavement to put in planting that realistically is not going to grow higher than the existing fence just seems above and beyond when we are really trying to work.
Okay, so what we could do is we could have a condition that there's no storage of any kind in that back area, open area, right?
And it's supposed to remain clean and free of debris.
Right, yes. And so the next part of the question was the community board, because the site has a checkered history, right, of lots, because of that tenant who stored so much on the sidewalk, right?
Which has been, they've been
I
removed
know.
once it was done.
But the community board had requested that the term be shorter than the usual 10 years. So that's another way of checking this, is put it on a 5-year sort of check-in term. That way you can see that the site's being maintained, and then if it's on good behavior, then maybe it could be extended for the 10 years.
I
in
support that.
future.
And if it's not in compliance, then you dig up the ground and put in landscaping
Yeah.
on the next go
Yeah.
around.
Understood. We would ask, I mean, would it be 5 years from expiration or 5 years from the grant in
When
this
was the
instance?
expiration? It was
I would-
2013, which means it would have already expired, so it
Yeah,
would be from the
has to
date
be.
of, date of the vote.
So
Right.
from 2019 to 2024? Understood. And we could pass it on to the operator, you know, to confirm that they're going to comply with these conditions.
If we give them 10 years from the date of expiration, it would be sooner than 5 years from today's date.
Yeah, but that gives the message of a
Yeah,
10-year
it does.
grant, and this is should be a 5-year limited grant, right? Okay, so I think, are there any speakers on this? Because the community did provide testimony at the first hearing.
Yeah, Mr. Euler, I believe from the
Right.
RDA was here, and his main concern at that time also was expressing was the front area, which we really tried. As I said, they got rid of that tenant, and they understand.
And I think based on the past history, the conditions, all of them revolved around the sidewalk condition and maintaining the planting along this,
Right.
so.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so I would like to make, I don't think there are any other open questions. I'd like to make a motion to grant on condition. I mean,
Close.
motion to
Close
close.
first, please.
Sorry, yeah. Motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda. Aye. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shibata.
All right.
Okay, and a motion to grant on a bunch of conditions we've already spoken about. So no displays outside of the property area, property line. That an obligation to maintain the plantings that are in the planter boxes living, so at all replaced as needed to maintain healthy planting. And the planting be maintained by a landscaper on a landscape contract, because that was part of the problem, that it was a little bit too do-it-yourself before. No blocking of the sidewalk or street. Well, I think this is a little repetitive, but no display or storage of materials on the sidewalk. The rear area needs to be maintained free of debris and storage. And kind of a note in our own resolution that the 5-year term is being, let's say, granted because we want to be able to verify that the site is being maintained as discussed in the conditions. And if not maintained in that rear area, if not maintained free of debris and storage, that rear area needs to be landscaped. So that's kind of a reminder to the board.
Sure.
For future use. Okay. All right, so on those conditions, did I leave anything out? On those conditions, a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shibata.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 3, 77176BZ, 375 Pearl Street, Manhattan. No, this one. The swearing sheet. That's for neighbors. this one, sir? That's okay. You're going to be sworn in. Is she going to testify also? Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Thank you. Proceed. Do we have not the eraser?
Should we turn down the light?
Yeah, but I was looking for the eraser. That's a little messy up there.
Oh.
Yeah, well. Oh, you got it there?
There's writing on the board.
We're a full-service firm.
Yes, good.
So she wanted to see if they could erase the
You need one light out, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica.
Randy?
Good morning. Ross Moskowitz for the applicant.
Veronica.
I'm here with Randy Bird from Sensory Integrate, and the two of us will follow up from our January 8th meeting, hearing, as well as our February 13th submission. Excuse me. Randy, I will address a couple of points raised during yesterday's exec session, as will Randy, and then we'll wrap it up if that's okay. And of course, answer any questions along the way. I think it's important to make sure we're setting the table correctly. As a reminder, this is not a new waiver being sought. There's no additional non-compliance. This is the same height as the original variance. This is the same square footage as the original variance. This is still an accessory sign. It's still not flashing, and it is the same projection. If you remember, one of the questions raised at the January 8th hearing was whether the projection was going to be further, so that it raised a new waiver in terms of our plaza. We've spoken to city planning, and we've been able to submit, as you saw, with the exact same projection. So as a reminder, this was a 77 variance that was approved, 2002, letter of substantial compliance. We believe, and we'll talk about it more as we go through, that there is no precedent, and we have not found any case law that says that this board can require additional findings or restate findings when no new waiver is being sought, no new compliance is being added.
Sorry, that the board can do what?
We have not found any case law that says, under precedent that the board has established over the years, that said when no new waiver is being sought, or no new compliance is being sought, that a re-look at the findings from the original variance needs to be established.
Wouldn't you say that it's within our discretion?
I'm saying that if we're talking about precedent, the board has not done that before.
So that's strange, because I kind of remember doing it fairly recently on other cases where the board has the discretion to determine whether the application really should have been viewed as a new variance because the original findings are implicated. We often look to see whether the proposed amendment is implicating the original findings. We do that regularly.
That's fine.
Isn't that the determination as to whether or not we issue a letter of substantial compliance
Yes.
or refer it to hearing?
Yes.
Actually, what this is an amendment to the variance, and that's not the case. And the precedent, and let's be clear here, you may not like the original variance, you may not like the definition of accessory, you may not like the DOB interpretation of what's flashing or non-flashing, and in fact, you may not like the community board one approval of this project, but those are the facts in front of you. So again, the precedent here for this board, and then I'd like to get into the technical.
Well, wait a minute.
Yes?
I take issue with your use of the word like, because I think like connotes the fact that we're not a professional board here. And I think that what we need to do is examine the facts without involving whether or not we liked the project or whether we liked the original project. It's not a question of like.
Commissioner
It's a
Brown, I didn't mean to
question of
suggest
whether
that
or
you don't
not-
like the project.
Right, I
I'm
know,
talking
but I'm
about
saying
purely
that-
the facts.
Right,
I'm not suggesting that you don't like the project.
Like is an opinion, and I think we should set the record straight. Is certainly if this goes any further than this hearing and you appeal our decision. So that's why I want like out of the conversation.
Fair enough. All I'm suggesting is the facts are the facts, and that if there's something in the zoning text that the board or anyone else, for that matter, doesn't think is the right text than the current zoning resolution, that does not address maybe what is 21st century technology, then there are means to change the zoning text. There are means to change the DOB interpretation. And so I apologize if "like" was the wrong word. My point here is emphasizing what are the facts on the ground, what are the facts from prior cases, what are the facts of the precedent. And I'd like to show you now, transition into that, exactly what this sign looks like. We've done extensive analysis since our January 8th meeting. Randy Bird will show you and will talk to you about the lumens. We have done an apples-to-apples comparison that I think Commissioner Sheda and Commissioner Chibetta asked for, even though it wasn't something that was easily attainable, but we have done that to show you that there's no additional impact, there's no more impact than it currently exists on this sign right now. So there's no additional waivers, no additional non-compliance. This is not going to have any change on the neighborhood character, and that, again, as an amendment to an existing variance, we want to make sure it's clear that the facts speak for themselves. So I would like to just spend 2 minutes.
But
Yes,
if we're
Commissioner.
going to do that, then we have to go all the way back to the beginning and talk about how this sign was originally characterized and how you're characterizing it now, because it's definitely different than the original illuminated business emblem that was conceptualized for the side of this building, and now an accessory business sign that actually will be an income-producing sign because it's going to offer leases to tenants, leases that involve money changing hands. So that's two totally different things.
Commissioner Brown, I would suggest that there's nothing in the record to indicate how you have just characterized that original variance.
There's statement of facts and findings in the original variance, the letter from New York Telephone, application of New York Telephone Company. This is an application for a variance pursuant to Article 7, Chapter 2, Section 7201B and Section 7221 of the zoning resolution that would permit the New York Telephone Company to attach in a, I can't read that.
C6-4.
C6-4 commercial district, one illuminated business emblem sign to the side of the building located on the easterly half of the block bordered by the Avenue of the Finest. So the building to which the emblem is proposed to be attached. So at no point are they really talking about accessory business sign. They're talking about labeling a building title, a building name, much the way the chair had discussed this as being a trend in the 70s for other major buildings with single tenants that wanted to be labeled and known as their headquarters.
We would suggest that that's an interpretation that is not found in the record, that's not in the resolution. And
It's
that this
in the record.
Excuse
I'm
me.
reading from
And
the
this
record.
remains an accessory sign. As I said, we've actually limited, as you know from our submission, to that there was a question raised at the January 8th meeting about who was eligible for this. We've actually limited it to 10 users, which there'll be
I'm sorry.
multiple users in that, with 2-year leases. But there was no discussion in 1977 and 2002 about the revenue discussion here. So this remains an accessory sign. You highlighted.
Suggesting that what Ms. Brown, what Commissioner Brown just stated was not in the record?
No, what I'm suggesting is that's an
We're going to
interpretation.
concede that it is
That
in the
wasn't an
record.
interpretation.
You always like me to concede.
Yeah,
I'm not
I do.
conceding anything here.
Well,
All I'm
Right, but it
all I'm
wasn't an
suggesting is,
interpretation. What it was is what the applicant submitted, and though the resolution is really very slim and very small as to what went on in the hearing, it does not dispute what the applicant put into the record. So one can actually assume that the board at the time accepted the applicant's representation that this was going to be an emblem logo for the building.
so emblem equals logo equals sign. This is still a sign, correct?
It's a sign, maybe.
No,
because-
the definition, I beg to differ. The definition of the zoning resolution says emblem equals logo equals sign. You can't dispute that.
Can I just jump in here? Section 107, or 1-07.1 covers the subject matter of the special order calendar, and it appears that the discussion we're having is not really about whether it meets the definition of sign, but whether what you're proposing is actually a major amendment. And so the rules that the board has state that if in the course of further review of the application or during a hearing, which is where we are now, the board determines that the scope of the application is major, it may request that a new application be filed on the BZ calendar with additional information and analyses provided. Before filing the application, an applicant may request in writing a determination by the chair regarding whether the application may be appropriately filed on the SOC calendar.
Right.
Thank you, counsel. I fully appreciate that, and I've read those. I'm not sure, though, where you're going with that.
So I think what he's.
The
what
board
counsel-
is discussing whether it's a major amendment to the prior grant.
Understood. So that's why I started with our facts, right? I didn't use the word major. I started with our facts. No new waiver, no new noncompliance, same square footage, same height, same illumination, same projection, still not flashing.
Completely different technology.
Completely different technology,
And your
which I'd
own-
love to actually show you.
And
your own-
Completely different purpose.
And different message,
And
changeable
your-
copy.
And your own tech said.
And
it's
so we're talking
completely different.
content?
We're talking changeable copy, which is a different
But
thing
content
than-
is, your case law says content is not to be considered in determining whether something's
I
accessory
didn't
or
talk
not.
about content, I'm saying it's changeable copy. It's a different kind of a sign than a fixed sign that is identifying the building as being owned by the building owner, which is what we've been talking about all along. It was a Bell Telephone and then a Verizon building, known, by the way, as the Verizon building.
is there anything
Just
in
like
the
so
record-
many other buildings
there
in the
anything in
city
the
are
record-
known as the New York One building or the Pan Am building with an identifying logo. It is a sign.
So does
And I
the
just
bo-
want to add that
Okay.
your own tech, as I said in review, your own technician stated that this shouldn't even be considered a sign. It should be considered a canvas, which that is an admission in and of itself of something that this board has discretion to decide is a major change. If your own tech is saying it's so different, it shouldn't even be considered a sign, it should be considered a canvas, that in and of itself supports this board's discretion if it chooses to have it.
Okay.
If, not please the court, but if it please the board, I'd like to now show the technology.
Go ahead.
Please do.
Okay. This will take 2 minutes. This is how it would be as it.
Mr. Moskowitz, could you take the mic with you?
Yeah.
This will be as it will see, the change. I apologize, it's going to take, you'll see the change and then we'll stop, right? It's going to take approximately 2 minutes. And then Mr. Byrd will then explain some of the questions raised at yesterday's hearing. So what you're seeing is exactly how it's going to be, in terms of time, in terms of how it fades in and how it fades out. And as we're waiting, this exceeds the DOB requirements, as we've discussed both in the January 8th meeting as well as the February 13th submission. And next time, we'll provide a musical interlude of some kind. Okay, so as you saw, it took almost 2 minutes, and then there was a 10-second fade in, fade out to the next sign. So Randy, let's switch over now to just the questions. Okay?
Good morning.
Morning.
Do you need the light on then now, or are you going to still use
guys
it?
need-
Yeah, you need to hold the mic, though, in your hand.
Okay.
Okay. And state your name, please.
I'm Randy Bird. I'm with Sensory Interactive. Just a couple of, I know there's some questions that have been raised about the lumen values of the sign, as well as some maintenance issues of the sign, so I'm just going to try to address that.
I have a question before you start, though.
Sure.
I can't really read the text, but I guess it says
Verizon.
Verizon.
Verizon, yeah.
I guess that means I need better glasses, but it's sitting on a white background, right? So it's different than the one for Sabby or whatever the business was
correct.
before. So the white background now is all illuminated, right? It's producing
So
light source.
the overall size of the white background and the sign, that size matches the size that had the 1,180 square feet, or approximately 1,180 square feet that we're talking about, which is the size that we've determined the existing approvals on the existing signs were.
Right, but that was, so the way that sign is measured
Yes.
is you draw a box around the letters, right? But the letters are pin mounted on a masonry background, right? The background of the building. So what you're showing there is the same amount of square footage, only all of it is lit.
That is correct, and that's why I was going to try to explain the brightness levels associated with the, as you're calling, the pin-mounted letters that are there now, pin-mounted logos, letters, sign. And so the square footage of the illuminated area on the background that you see for Verizon is the approximately 1,180 square feet. When it comes down to looking at brightness levels, it's calculated differently, but it can be transformed into the same reading, so we can do a comparable analysis between the existing sign when it was installed and the LED display that we're talking about that is shown here. What we did is we know the type of lamps that were used in the existing, we'll call it the Verizon sign. The lamps that were used are T12 fluorescent bulbs. Each one of those bulbs are rated at 8,800 lumens. So we took that, and then there's a mean average of that, which takes you down to approximately 7,650 lumens for those fixtures, and that's what the brightness that they put out if they were just here without any lens cover on them. There is now, each typical fluorescent outdoor signs have, and in this case of Verizon, has a translucent acrylic cover. That acrylic cover then reduces the brightness level down of that sign to 2,754 lumens, which, in using American National Standards, that actually equates down to 804 nits. The reason I bring up nits, which is also a measure of candelas per square meter, is that LED displays, which is what we're proposing for this sign, is measured in nits, which is the amount of light that is pushed out by the individual light bulbs on that entire surface. As we're measuring that, yes, the sign that is being installed or looking to be installed at that location has the opportunity to push out 6,000 nits. That's the highest brightness level. What all of these newer technology signs, LED signs, come with a content management system, and that content management system is designed to set the levels where necessary to meet any type of requirement. Not all signs are like that. The more sophisticated signs, the signs we're talking about, have the ability to limit the brightness levels at night, daytime, or anytime, really. They're limited by the content management system. At 804 nits, that's a fairly bright sign at night, clearly visible. Our objective is not to run it that bright at night. with the LED sign because it actually it doesn't produce enough contrast, and you really cannot read the clarity of the black and the white on that Verizon or any other type of sign. You want the contrast between black and white. Generally, because this is not a high brightness area, not a lot of ambient brightness in this general area, especially at this height, we'll more than likely want to run it around probably even 40% less than the 804 nits, which is what the existing Verizon sign outputs in terms of light. And the reason we need a sign of 6,000 nit brightness is so that you can create the brightness necessary to be able to visually see the word Verizon or that backdrop, or create the contrast in the daytime when the sun is producing a brightness level of its own in excess of 10,000 nits, typically. Any questions on that or on the brightness area?
Well, what would happen if you didn't have it on a white background and you just had it kind of, I don't know, neutral, so that it's almost even with the color of the wall, like the original sign? So it kind of simulates what the original sign looked like being against a wall.
That's a good question because I really didn't respond to one piece of it. So when we talk about that, let's say that we're going to run the sign at 500 nits. If we're running the sign at 500 nits, that measure is actually based upon full white content. So if that sign was completely white that we're looking at, that would be 500 nits. When you start introducing any other color, because the light bulbs are made out of red, green, and blue, when you introduce any other color, it starts to automatically, you're setting it based upon full white. So when you're starting to use other colors, the brightness of that sign is going down. So generally, if you're running let's call it a blue sign, let's just say the whole background was blue or gray, as you might be suggesting to match it, is that would actually reduce it probably about 50%. So instead of running at 500 nits, we'd probably be running about, if I measured it at that given moment or during that 2-minute cycle, we'd probably be running about 250.
That's at night.
That's at night. The daytime, you don't recognize the brightness because of the sunlight. You're just recognizing that it is, you can read it because you're just trying to overcome the brightness of the sun.
So I have a few questions. One is your technical memo, I think it's your technical memo.
Yeah.
Actually was all over the place about the amount of nits, right? It talked about a 2754 lumen output, an 8800 lumen output, or the 6,000 nits, so that's 20,000 lumen output. So when I did the math against the multiplier for nits, right? So I don't understand how in the same technical memo you go from 2750 lumens, which is supposed to be what the current fluorescent bulbs with the acrylic, with the factor for sort of averaging it, is today. And then there's also 8,800 lumens or 20,000 lumens in the same technical memo.
Okay. We were trying to at least distill it down from its base components. What I would say is what we were able to distill is taking the existing fluorescent bulbs and the translucent material that was used to put in front of the bulbs to create a clear image is actually 2,754 lumens.
Right.
Okay. Taking that with that 1 nit equals 3.4 lumens, we distill that down to 804 nits.
Right.
So what we can say is that the existing sign that's there today has a brightness level when it's turned on, which is at nighttime, has a brightness level of 804 nits.
Okay.
Okay? And what we are suggesting is that the new sign that is being proposed will not exceed the 804 nits at any given time during the, call it, dusk to dawn period.
But so that's different than what it says in the technical memo. It says you'll need 6,000 nit brightness, 6,000, whatever it was, 6,000 nits, and whatever. I got, let's see, I'm sorry, because I need to convert
Yeah.
it back. We got to 8,800 lumens, and then we had 20,000 lumens, which I think is your 6,000 nits, right? So, so we're playing with this number of 6,000 nits against 804 nits of the existing sign. So my problem is, that sounds like enormously more illumination than the existing sign, which has no capacity to go to 20,000 lumens. Its maximum capacity is seems like around 3,000 lumens, and here we are playing with 8,800 lumens, or with 20,000 lumens as part of the discussion, and Mr. Moskowitz's representation that the illumination levels won't change isn't accurate according to how the sign has to function. During the day, it's going to be producing far more illumination than it currently does, with the light turned on, just say on a cloudy day. And anyway, they turned, the Verizon sign was always on during the day. It just.
I don't know if you can
seems to be
distill that
off.
it was always on it during the day.
Well, all right.
Even with my trained eye, you can't distill that it's on during the day because it has a white translucent face. And that white translucent face, you're seeing the white face of the sign during the daytime. It doesn't matter whether it has light or not because you're seeing the contrast of white versus the backdrop of that.
But nonetheless, we're talking about an extremely different amount of illumination that this proposed sign has the capacity of and must pursue during the day in order to be visible. So it's not a correct statement that the degree of illumination is the same between the currently installed and approved sign and the proposed sign. My second question is, so you install the sign, and then there's operators, you move to Florida. There's new operators, there's new businesses that are moving in all the time into this location, and they lose track of sort of the deal with the Board of Standards and Appeals that it needs to be held at the 804 nits at night. Now what? I mean, for instance, we often look at sound systems where they're put on limiters, and there's a lock on the limiter, and we tell the establishment that they need to maintain the sound at the limiter level, and then they come to testify and say, it's really a shame, but we have these people who are performing, and they can't work with that limiter, so they, I don't know what, they break the lock, or they bypass the limiter, or whatever. How would anyone regulate this to hold it at the 804 nits at night?
That can actually be locked into the design of the software system. So it could actually be put into the software system where without a software, so it's not like the average user could do it. It's a software design. It can be put into the system and it can be set. We could collectively agree that it's 750 nits or 500 nits. We can collectively have, as the software engineer is designing the content management system, it can be put into the programming. Not in the changeability of moving that, it can be put into the programming.
Okay, but software changes, as we know. All of us are constantly having to update our programs, constantly. Our little phone keeps updating our apps constantly. So obviously, the software is going to need to be updated in 2 years, in 5 years, whatever. And then what? So who's going to regulate that? The BSA doesn't have a regulatory body to make sure that you're holding it at the agreed nits. Then that falls on DOB. DOB has zero capability of regulating the software and so on. All it can do is look out the window and maybe, how does it determine that it's brighter than it was before? How does it determine that it's in violation? Really? I mean, you're asking for DOB to do something that seems quite impossible.
So we would suggest a couple things. As Randy has suggested, there's a way to set up the software to insist and make sure that it does that. But the chair has suggested that, software gets updated, fair enough. We know, and as the board knows, that in any approval, the board can set forth conditions. and understand that that doesn't necessarily address the DOB, but then it jeopardizes a whole bunch of things for the investment in the building, the C of O, and the like. So violations under any approval from the BSA is problematic for ownership. Third, as you know from the community board approval, one of the conditions was that we would come back and give a sort of an audit on how things have been going and see if there's been complaints. So we have an open dialogue with the community. So that was done voluntarily, and the community board appreciated that in their approval. So there are a number of ways that we can actually monitor this, and that we can even voluntarily provide information to the board, to DOB, as the like. I don't think that's going to be an issue, and of course, I don't think you're suggesting it, but we can't assume that it's going to be non-compliant, right? We have to assume that we are going to comply with any approval from the board or any DOB regulation. But if indeed there's a suggestion from anyone, not the board or anyone in the community, that we're not, we will have the ability to establish that we are complying. And again, we have voluntarily said we will come back to the community board. And in fact, if the board here wants to lay a condition in the approval of some kind that would require us to come back, I think we would obviously entertain that as well. I don't think compliance is going to be an issue. I think there's a bunch of different solutions, resolutions that we can find together collectively to give everyone comfort. No guarantees, there's never a guarantee, but I think we can find solutions on that.
I have a question for Mr. Berg. Hi.
Yeah.
You just mentioned that there could be software that could be developed to ensure that the nit or lumens levels are never exceeded. Do you have any personal experience with software or a sign utilizing such software successfully in New York City?
Our company does, and we have worked on a number of installations where, one is, I should go back and say that there isn't a desire to run the sign brighter than that. As I said, we don't need to run it at 800 nits because the contrast gets bad and you're portraying the wrong images even for the uses that are intended for the sign. Secondly, we have worked on it. We have been very involved in installations in downtown DC where it's required that there's a certain limitation on that, and we have put those governances into effect. We have worked around different ways of doing it. We're also have an installation directly under the flight path at Chicago O'Hare, and there were at times some, as you're bringing up the question, there have been at times where it wasn't intended to, but the system was overridden with new software. So we have continued to advance that technology to the point where we do have it locked in with specific manufacturers who do the programming associated with these signs.
And do you know of any, do you have any experiences with signs in New York City specifically? You mentioned
in New York City?
Chicago and
Yeah, so one of the ones that is mentioned at 3 Columbus Circle.
Mm-hmm. That's your sign.
We don't manufacture a sign, we're a consultant, but we were very much involved in that, and we're ensuring that the brightness level that was scheduled for that particular sign is maintained. So we've been involved in that sign even as it's operated, and have not had any issues. There's also, as it was being suggested, there's also proof of play reports that come out of these signs if necessary, and anybody that wants to look at that, it will show what the running brightness level is on any given day.
But I
That
guess
can be
I
set up.
wonder who's going to look at that. Go
So I
ahead.
have a question. When I just asked the question about what would happen if you had it on a background that matched the color of the wall, you said that it would bring the nits level down.
Anytime you introduce a color other than pure white, you're
Right.
reducing the nit level on the sign.
Right, and in reducing the nit level on the sign, the perception for the person who's looking at it would be almost, well, closer to the perception they had with the original Verizon sign.
Yes, I mean,
Because you don't see as much of a contrast. So the question is, to me, instead of trying to match the nits level of the original Verizon sign, why not look for a nits level that is much lower so that the perception for the viewers out there is not as drastically different as it was when looking at the Verizon sign?
and I'm on it, and we are in agreement with you. And the reason I say that is that I don't, at this moment, looking at the existing surroundings, looking at what we're doing, we don't need the 804 nit brightness to to be able to have a sign that's seen, okay? What we're just saying is that the existing sign produces a brightness of 804 nits. I truly believe that we would be able to set this much lower, but that is really not 100% determined the exact limit until you really put it up and able to see it on various nights. So what I guess I would ask here is that agree that we come to a high-level limit, which if we want to say 750, I know it's not going to need to be that high, and we would work to reduce that level even lower as we adjust it. There's no reason to burn electricity. There's no reason not to have just good contrast, and all of those will be below that level for this type of sign. Does that make sense?
I mean, it makes sense in the conversation with you, but, you know, how we ensure that that's done properly is another story, because once you're gone from here, you're gone for a while, be it a year, 2 years, 5 years, you're gone. And so it would be hard for us to monitor the situation and ensure that you did set it at the lowest.
The only thing, there's two things that would always kind of guide it. One is the limit, as you suggested, software can be changed. The limit can be set within the hardware and the software, so the hardware doesn't get changed, so it can actually be set in both components, and there's not an override to it. Yes, if you have a programming engineer, somebody could physically go and do that. I mean, you can never prevent that, but then unless they know that that's what they're wanting to do, they're not going to do it. The second override is if it gets substantially brighter, the citizens, everyone else are going to raise concern about it.
Yeah, but that's what we're trying to avoid.
Correct.
The Bell telephone sign had no citizenry concern, nor did the Verizon sign.
But there were, just to go back, is that there are brighter, as you probably know, through the lamping of the existing sign. They were T12s. There was other fixtures out there that the guy just grabs off his truck that could be much brighter than that. There was no control on that limitation either. And then what you see is no different than, it can be, when you're changing fluorescent bulbs, if you still have them in your house and you're changing them, they could be warm, they could be cool, they could be daylight, they could be that. All of that changes brightness level. What we tried to do was to take what we understood was a spec for the sign, which was a fairly bright T12 bulb, but there are other bulbs that are up there.
Right, but the bulbs are within the sign material, which is covering it and
Well-
kind of filtering that light.
It does, but if you had 2 or 3 bulbs on the one end that were brighter, it does filter, and we took it down, so we already took that into consideration, is that filter, which is that translucent covering, does try to create equality between the bulbs, and it does substantially reduce the brightness of those bulbs.
I do have 2 questions. One of them is regarding the hardware. Is it possible, instead of going to the software, to make it like in the hardware of the sign itself, if the illumination exceeds, let's say 600, it shut down? Is that possible? Is there like any smart sensor that could be?
There are smart sensors, but
sensors,
that's why sensors are always subject to breaking. There are sensors we can put on it as well, and it would sound an alarm. I think what was, being cast here was somebody could go change it, okay? Yes, there's always ways to change it, but there's ways to change it. There's ways that we can set it up that whoever is managing it would know it's over the limitations. We can even put signs in the control room that suggest something like that. There are reports that are run. It is knowing, and it's setting up one is setting it up the way that we agree to, and then also putting information directly at the computer terminal to suggest that this is where it needs to be set, so you can be monitoring that. But the only way it's going to change is for not the average person coming in and working on the sign or changing it. It would be a technician that knew computer programming that would be able to change it.
I'm not talking about an alarming sensor. I'm talking about a sensor that can shut down the sign or the input to the sign if the illumination exceeds certain limit. This is.
I believe so. I would have to ask that question. I'm not.
Number two, who develops the software? Your company?
No, the software that's actually developed for it, we monitor the installations, we verify it's been done appropriately, that is done by the software as well as the hardware is manufactured by a specific vendor.
Is it common to get a software that can produce an authenticated output for the, like the nits or the illumination coming from the sign?
The quality, let's call it the manufacturers and not third-party vendors, and this sign is focused on purchasing it from one of the, let's call it the primary manufacturers, is that those companies can do that, they can adjust it, and they can make those changes, and the system is capable of doing it.
So you're saying it's common?
It is common. But there are many other ones that are knockoff, let's call it knockoff systems, that you can't do that. That's what you'll see at a lot of locations where the signs don't look good, is because you can't control this.
Can someone go to that software and change this kind of input? I'm sorry.
Those type of people that if you're buying it from a leading manufacturer, the average person can't change it. It requires a technician within that firm to change
A
it.
guy from the firm who wrote that
Yes,
kind of.
that wrote the program.
code. Okay.
So, when you stated that the existing sign is 8,800 lumens, but that's at the light bulb, not after the shield, is that correct?
Yeah, so let's take out the 8,800 for a minute and just say that the existing sign is 20, with the translucent face, is 2,754 lumens.
Okay, after the translucent face.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Any other technical questions?
I had a question.
Yeah.
How often would a software malfunction occur?
How often does it occur?
Just on average?
Software malfunction with regards to the operation of the sign is
Yeah.
probably negligible, okay? The reason I answer it that way is that there are what some people would call software that ultimately causes the light bulbs to flicker. Those are software issues. You may call them hardware, but they're software issues. The sign will flicker, and that's a adjustment in the software, but it has nothing to do, and it doesn't even affect the program writing for the control of it. It's strictly the operation of
But just, I guess, for an example, like, with an old-fashioned sign, if a light bulb goes out, the letter just doesn't light up. But with a screen, how often would something like this happen?
It wouldn't happen, again, going back to the quality of the technology, it would not happen across the entire screen. It would happen in a module about the size of my hand. So there's individual modules that make up that surface. And it may happen in that one. The system is built with remote diagnostics. The company that would provide this display would also be engaged to maintain the display. As part of that, they actually have alarms on their phones even that would tell them that there's something amiss on the particular sign because it's pulsing, it's not transmitting the total voltage of the brightness on the sign correctly. They would get a ping because there's something not happening properly, and at that point they can get on their phone or their laptop and see the problem, and in that case they can reboot that specific module and it can be fixed in a matter of, I don't know, say 5 minutes.
Could this be done with respect to the illumination as well?
No, that's something that is, again, it's a backbone system of the software, and they're not able to adjust that without physically, requires a technician, but they physically have to be on site with the sign, and they can't do it remotely. At least that's my understanding. That's everywhere I've ever seen it too.
Okay. Thank you very much, appreciate it. Mr. Moskowitz?
Can I, just
you
1
have
second,
more?
please?
You have more that you want to add?
No, I think, first of all, again, we appreciate the highly technical conversation, because it's actually extremely important, and we appreciate not only the interest on the board, but the knowledge of the board. I just learned about 5 new things just sitting here listening to the conversation. So thank you for taking that thoughtful conversation.
I'd like to go to public testimony, that's why, then you can
Oh,
come.
I was going to say, I'm happy to move off, Chairperson. I was just going to say, we're happy to also put some of the conversation and the give and take, perhaps, in writing to help educate more, if that's helpful.
In particular, would it be helpful to the board if the tech memo, for instance, was revised to address the inconsistencies identified
I think
before?
we have fundamental issues
Yeah.
that are even before you get to the tech memo.
Right, I think so.
Well,
Okay,
we may still do that, but we understand that point, too.
okay. So are there speakers? Anyone who'd like to speak? Ms. Webb?
Do you want the lights back on? Or
Yes,
Yes.
please, can we? We're going
Yeah.
to fall asleep here.
Speaking of contrast.
You like the ambiance?
We do, but we need like
We need some
candles.
Yeah.
Power bars.
Thank you.
Thank you, better. Yeah, it's true that we're getting, our faces become screens.
Good morning. My name is Raymond Levin. I live at 1 Main Street in Dumbo in Brooklyn, across the river from this building. That's the subject of the hearing today. I'd just like to go back to the 1976 sign. It was a circle with a symbolic bell in the center of it, well-known throughout the country from the telephone company, which at the time was a monopoly. They owned the building. The building was built for their use. The sign was backlit. It had fluorescent lights behind it, and there was a glow sort of surrounding it. As someone who's been viewing this building since 1999, the Verizon sign is much brighter than the original sign was, and since there's been a lot of talk of how many lumens that sign puts out, it might be worth looking at how many lumens the original sign put out. In terms of dialogue with the neighborhood, Community Board 1, the district that this was referred to, the boundary of that community board is on the street directly in front of this side of the building. Originally, Board 3 opposed this. Board 3 is where Adam Smith Houses is, which is across the street from this building. However, they're in Community Board 3. And certainly, community boards on the opposite side of the river were not contacted, nor was there ever any dialogue.
Just before you go on, do you have any record of Community Board 3's?
Yeah, it's in your,
Review?
it's in,
Oh, it is?
it's in,
Okay.
in the original, if you look at the original Board 3, there had been negotiation with the owner, with Tel. There was another site that the telephone company wanted to use. They switched it for this one. There was a whole bunch of back and forth
This is from
related.
1977, you're just
Yes,
talking about?
yes,
Got it.
yes.
Not from
Oh,
today.
okay, not from
No, not
Yeah,
today.
yeah,
No, no,
okay.
no, no. In
Clarify.
fact, today it was only referred to Board 1 as it was in 77. However, in 77, there were some other issues that the owners ended up discussion with Board 3. Board 3 voted against it, but it was never, it was certainly not mentioned in the resolution. The original sign had no text, which you know. Just an aside, in 2002, the Verizon sign was constructed without coming to this board. They got a permit. It was built, it was operational, and then they sent some plans here and said, please put them in the file. Whether that was substantial compliance or not, finding by the board, I leave it to you. And I think that's all I really have to say, except you must excuse me, but I have to say this was not nitpicking. Thank you very much. Excuse me.
Is that a-
Which floor you live
Oh,
on?
nitpicking.
I live on 1 Main Street, 12th floor. 12.
12.
Which side, the river side or the other side?
The riverside, I look at that sign when I get up in the morning, when I go to sleep at night. It's always there. To say that no one objected to the Verizon sign, we actually wrote letters opposing it back in the day. But, it was back in the day. Today's a different day, and we're here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other speakers on this? Okay, Mr. Moskowitz? Okay. Do you want to?
I'll be brief. And known Mr. Levin for a long time, so I hope he takes this respectfully. I don't know some of the things that he said. I don't have evidence of that. I have evidence of a Board of Standards letter of substantial compliance approval on September 5th, 2002. I'm not here to debate whether they submitted the plans late, before. I just have the facts. The draft resolution that he submitted with his submission in reply to our submission is a draft resolution we had never seen before. It has notes on it. It's a draft. I don't know how that came about. I don't know how to respond to that. I don't have it as, we had never seen it before. So I'm just going to leave it at that.
Okay.
I think we've established, appreciate council's summary of major versus amendment, and understand the differences, certainly. As you know, we've been working with the board and staff for a couple of years on this. We actually submitted a letter of substantial compliance first, and obviously was told that we need to come in on an SOC. So we're aware of the rules and regulations. We know what the board can or can't do. We respectfully request, again, for the reasons we outlined earlier, that this amendment be approved for the reasons stated. We respectfully believe it is not precedential. If someone were to come in and want to do this sign today, they could not do it because they don't have an existing variance to work off of. So we don't think this will unleash, an approval will unleash a new set of signs at this height with this technology in this area, because they would not be permitted, again, because they did not have an original variance. We get that that it's difficult. We're not suggesting that this is something that the board should just say, okay, but we do believe we have set a record, established a record, brought in experts to discuss how we can comply, even volunteered additional things to make sure that there's compliance, which we did with the community board, which we have just committed to do with you all. So we do think that approving this will not set a precedent, and that, again, if an applicant, if one of my clients were to come back in tomorrow and seek the same type of sign, could not do that without starting from anew. This is not the case here. Again, we don't think this is precedential, and we would respectfully suggest that the board's prior behavior on these type of amendments, not the sign, but an amendment to an application for a previously approved variance, be consistent here.
Can I
Yeah, go
say
ahead,
something?
please.
Actually, because, so we spent a lot of time this hearing speaking about the technology of the sign, but there were also comments made yesterday, and I know that Mr. Moskowitz, you refute this, but the board had lots of questions about how this amendment to the variance kind of maintains the findings that were made in 1977. In particular, Vice Chair Chanda asked about the B finding. And so if you could address that, either right here, if you're prepared, or provide a written submission.
I'd like to provide it in writing, because I think it's always best
Okay.
to be able to step away from the hearing. I will make it much more eloquent than I'm about to say. Another reason why I'm much better writing than speaking. But I don't believe the B finding is a relevant discussion, but we will explain that in writing.
Okay. So, and
Not disrespectfully.
Right.
Chair.
Understood.
Yeah.
the B finding was something that was discussed at the last hearing as well,
Yeah,
about
understood.
income-producing sign, where the currently existing sign is in no way an income-producing sign, because Verizon or Bell were the owners of the building, right?
So I
it's a
guess I
really
would,
different question,
so that's
right.
where we're going to differ, but we'll put that in writing.
Also,
Okay.
just to add context to this, is that there's been also discussion about the board relooking at findings, and I will just reiterate that in amendments with variances in particular, where the board has looked at financial analyses, and someone comes back and says, oh, I got a variance for 6 units, now I'm doing 8 units, the board does, in fact, compare them and look at how does this implicate the A, the B, the C, and so I just wanted to note that.
Fair enough, and again, I would suggest if we were coming in, and just to correct the record, I think Mr. Byrd mentioned 1180, I think it's 1080 is the square footage, just for discussion purposes.
Okay.
If we were coming in at 5,000 square feet, I would agree with that. I don't believe we're asking for your example of
I'll
6 to 8.
clarify, if this is an amendment for a variance that doesn't implicate any any waivers or anything, the same analysis goes on. I'm just
Right,
flagging
yes,
that for
exactly.
you.
So, right, for instance, when we see an apartment building that was approved at 6.
Right.
And they're coming in at 8, and they're not asking for any new waivers, maybe they just need an extension of time, or maybe really, maybe no new waivers at all, they just need to amend because now it's 8 units.
8 units, yeah.
We look at whether the board considered the 6 units as the minimum variance necessary, and that somehow 8, or maybe fewer, maybe now it's 4 much larger units, would somehow throw the application into another place where it's no longer the minimum variance necessary. We regularly do that. But in this situation, I just want to say that, for me, the fact that we've had to go through so much analysis of a technology where the board is being asked to understand something that's so technical, for me, shows that it really is not at all the same requested waiver, and in addition to which, it's very clear to me that the level of illumination is not the same, not. And if it's the same at night, it's certainly not during the day, so that opens up everything. So the requested waiver is for a sign with much greater illumination than before, and the requested waiver is again for, and that's the other thing, is these used to be known as business signs, not accessory signs, right? So business signs were associated directly, in this case, was the standard in the 70s, logos on buildings. Now, we're not looking at that. We're looking at something that's being described as an accessory business, as an accessory sign, equivalent to a sign you might have on a retail store that advertises effectively who's inside the building, right? Which is not the same thing as a building identifier. So I think it's really very distinguishable from the prior case. And so with that, I don't know if anybody else has comments. We can close this.
I just want to say I absolutely agree with what the chair says. I think we're in lockstep on this issue. But when you do review for the B finding and your discussion about it, it's represented in the original application that there is no official B finding. And so I think when you start your conversation, it's got to be from that premise, because that was the premise that was accepted by the board, but not to undo that and say, well, there is a B finding now, it is a transactional kind of situation, and whereas previously it really was, even though they said it wasn't. It's an accepted thing that back then it was an owner-occupied situation where it was a logo on the building, it didn't generate income, and you have to start from that premise. That's what the board accepted as the truth at that time, and now let's move forward in your conversation. You can't undo the past for the sake of this argument.
I totally agree. I'm not trying to undo the past. I think the past is very dispositive on this. And I will address Chairperson's comments, and I think we can be very responsive to those.
I just want to add, I'm also in agreement. I think that, I don't think it's disputed that this is a dramatically different sign than the one that is existing today. I think that when that's faced with what was presented by council as our standard, I think it'd be a very large leap of discretion to say that this isn't a dramatically different application than the one that was originally presented.
To use your words, I will concede that we're talking about 21st century technology.
Right, but it's more than just that, because if you're just talking about a leap in technology, you would be showing us a digital stationary sign for Verizon.
Right.
That was, now we're just moving to digital technology, but it's the same content, it's a stationary content that doesn't change, but that's not what you're showing us here, so it is different.
That's 10 signs.
Right. It's thousands of signs,
Well,
actually.
they're, in their operation plan, they stated 10 signs every 2 minutes. That they would have 10 tenants using, I don't know what at the
No,
end
but
result
10
is.
tenants per lease, right? So that tenant A moves out or doesn't want to pay anymore. Tenant B says, hey, that was really cool, I want to pay. So 10 becomes different 10, so hundreds of potential
It could
names.
be looked at like a TV ad. Every single day, you could display different message, different ads.
The illumination is, I don't want to, I think that we spoke at this ad nauseum. We
Yeah.
read, I don't want to go into it very much, and I understand councils and the tech experts' position that the illumination may be higher, but it's because of contrast, and it's really what the people view. While I understand that, it doesn't change the fact that this is a very different application. This is not a simple amendment.
Right, okay.
Nothing,
All right,
nothing is
then,
simple.
so-
We agree.
How much time will you need?
Respectfully, I could use about 3 weeks to respond, and I assume you're going to ask me to send something to Mr. Levin, and I would ask again that I see Mr. Levin's response, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and we can give 2 weeks to Mr. Levin to respond? Is that?
Sure. So 3 weeks, 1, 2, 3,
Yeah, yeah,
4,
yeah.
5. And then would you like a week to respond to Mr. Levin or no?
That's preferred, yes.
Yes, okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1.
Sounds like 6 weeks in total.
Yeah, so that's April, that'd be the final submission would be April 17th. If you put this on for May 7th. So 3 weeks from today or tomorrow, 1, 2, 3, would be a submission from Mr. Moskowitz on March 27th. 2 weeks later, if Mr. Levin liked to respond, that'd be by April 10th. A week after that would then again be Mr. Moskowitz by April 17th for a May 7th hearing. Does that work?
Is that all right for everyone? Yeah, Mr. Levin, is that okay? Yeah, he's fine with that. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to close this, but we keep the record open, obviously, for these submissions and for our review. Okay, motion to close?
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shedtag?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 4, 61-08BZ, 439 86th Street, Brooklyn.
April 17th.
Please raise your right hand when you're ready. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I'll send it. Have a good week.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Frederick A. Becker. We attended the review session yesterday. I brought with me from New York Sports Club, Albie Sache, who is the head of construction, licensing, permits, the go-to guy who can answer your questions and respond to the difficulties with obtaining the certificate of occupancy for this premises.
Okay, why don't we go directly to them? Thank you. They were sworn in, yes? Yes. Okay.
Yes, hi, my name is Al Bisaccia. I had the design and construction for
Could
New
you
York.
spell your last name? Sorry.
SAQE.
Okay. All right, so our question really was about what's holding up obtaining the C of O.
In this particular location, we actually are just a tenant on the building. The landlord is fully responsible for obtaining the Alt 1 and the final C of O on the building. We have been working with the landlord constantly to try to get our final C of O, or at least a TCO for us, so that we can obtain our public assembly permit. All of our applications are filed. We actually did an inspection, passed it at the end of 2017. However, the building has been working with their plumbing since then. Actually, they actually have an inspection scheduled today for gas for the entire building.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, so all of the applications that you filed for the PCE were approved?
Correct.
And inspections related, to the extent any were related?
The inspections related to the public assembly and our space under the Alt 1 application, they were also, construction inspection were approved or signed off in the Department of Buildings. There is actually, and Fred did mention to me, a couple of years ago, the landlords actually did change. The previous landlord wasn't very helpful, but the current landlord is actually working on trying to rectify the conditions.
Because I think there was, the Athens Fire Department was concerned you still didn't have a PA permit.
Correct.
So my question is, the sign-off on the plumbing in your space is being held up then by the Alt 1 that in the building, is that?
No, it's the plumbing for our space has already been signed off. It's the plumbing for the building
So why couldn't you get a TCO for your space?
because they are not granting a plumbing sign-off. We had a construction sign-off. In order to get a TCO, you're required to have a construction sign-off, a plumbing sign-off, an elevator sign-off. We actually have the construction and the elevator sign-offs that were entered. However, the plumbing sign-off was not granted. We have it signed off under the Alt 2 application, which our work had taken place. However, the Alt 1 application that's managed by the landlord, their plumbing under that application has not been signed off. They actually have an inspection scheduled for today for their gas.
Okay. All right, so that's strange. So even though your space is clean, basically, as far as construction sign-offs are concerned, construction plumbing and so on, you still can't get a TCO because of some plumbing that's going on someplace else?
It's actually on the roof, the plumbing. Because it's related to the same space we're on the second and the third floor, and there's nothing above us, the roof. The Department of Buildings does not grant sign-offs, temporary sign-offs any longer.
Okay, understood. Okay, thank you very much.
Not a
Appreciate it. All right, does fire department want to comment on this? You already gave us a letter of no objection, so you don't need to if you don't want to. Okay, all right. Are there any speakers on this? All right, so anybody else, any other comments? All right, so I'd like to thank you for bringing Mr. Sag. How do you pronounce it?
Think of Sachi and Sachi.
Sachi, with a Q, Sachi, okay. Okay, so then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetza?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetza?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Motion is granted.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Item number 589-10BZ, 53 Mercer Street, Manhattan. Please step up to be sworn in.
Okay.
And you have to sign in as well. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Gary Artarnoff of Kramer 11, Naftalis and Franco for the applicant. Good morning.
Good morning.
We made a submission on February 13th. I don't have anything to add this morning.
Okay, no, we actually didn't have anything further. We appreciate your reduction in the amount of time requested to finish this space, and appreciate your explanation for why it was taking so long, and the construction schedule. So, any other comments from the board? Any speakers on this one? All right, I'd like to make a motion to close then.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetza?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetza?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Motion is granted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
New cases. Item number 6, 218-58BZ, 77-40 Hewlett Street, Queens. You can sign in. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Good morning. I'm going to respond to some of the executive...
State your name, please.
Sorry. Nancy Lee Paul for Nasir J. Kanzada. So the first thing I wanted to discuss or respond to is the signage issue. A couple of things. When we were looking at this site, we're not sure how the board viewed this site before. There are actually 2 signposts, one at each end of the property, and what happens is that Hewlett, which is also known as Lakeville Road, turns, and there's a triangle, and it's Union Turnpike that it's wedged. And so we believe that they actually probably viewed it as a corner lot. They allowed enough signage as if it was a corner lot, but its whole frontage is technically Hewlett. And so we didn't know how to approach it. They had approved 2 signposts in 2000. It was then, I guess, it was Hess. And they approved 96 square feet of illuminated signage. So we approach it as if it was only one frontage, but I believe that, given what they approved, they must have viewed it as a corner.
It is an odd.
It's an odd thing, because there's this wedge there.
Yeah.
So...
It's almost hard to tell where the corner of that block is, actually.
Right. I mean, I have, what I did, this is an aerial view, I mean, it's not going to help very much, but from Google.
Yeah, no, well, we have everything
Oh,
here.
okay,
We
so,
have tax
yeah.
maps and Google. So, yeah, I could see why that could have been looked at that way. Is it within 100 feet of the intersection?
Yes, it's, if you were to treat the corner, the lot, let's say 66, it has an, yeah, it's 80 something, 86 or something, so it is within 100 feet.
Yeah, and then same for the other side, right? The other side, those are 70,
79,
80.
yeah.
Right, so it was that those 2 signs are located within 100 feet of a corner, maybe that's how they did it. I don't know. That's bizarre. That would be more like DOB or, yeah, there's no way, we don't have any record of that interpretation. That's the only thing, but it's not, I think it's not unreasonable that that's what happened. Because it is approved, right, those 2 posts?
Yeah, we didn't see any
Clearly approved.
sign, I mean, the plans are approved, but we couldn't find any signage chart or record to figure out what was the thinking at the time.
Right, but those 2 signs were in the prior.
And they've been there since, well, this was like the 2000 record.
Right, because if we were to consider allowing those 2 signs, that would be the only way, we would have to have in the record that the board believes that the prior board viewed this site, because it's such an unusual relationship to the intersecting streets, and that the signs themselves are within 100 feet of each corner.
Okay.
So maybe that, it's the only thing that I think it's a reasonable guess. Because actually then, this lot would have been made up of sort of 2 corner lots and an interior lot, if you were going to break it down like that.
2 corner lots?
2 corner lots that take up each side section and an interior lot in the middle.
I'm just comparing the previous approval in terms of the signage size. as per the previous approval, there were two signs that were indicated on those two signs. And they measured 54 square feet and 24 square feet. And based
Two signs on each pole, you mean?
Two signs on each pole. And based on the proposal, one pole that is closer to the Union Turnpike will have 24 square foot, and that's the only sign I believe it is proposing. And the sign that is away from Union Turnpike is 24 and 12, so it is less than what was permitted.
So it's a reduction.
It's a
Okay.
reduction.
So each had 24 and how much, and 50?
The previous approval, 24 square feet and 54 square feet.
And 54?
Yes. And as part of the revised application, one of the signs would maintain a 24 square foot, and the other signpost will maintain 24 square feet and 12 square feet.
24 and 12 as opposed to 54.
Yeah.
But so then, but there seems to have, there was an overall request for an increase.
Well,
So
okay,
what's that
so
about?
on the canopy, there are the BP logos. There's no BP word, but there's the BP logos, and those one logo extra throws it off. That's where the .8 comes from, is when we were calculating the BP logos.
But, and then those logos appear on what we would view as the interior lot,
Interior portion of
in
it?
the interior portion of the lot. So then, so if we were going to be consistent with this thinking, and
Okay.
saying that those 20 feet on either side are the corner lots, which are entitled to X amount,
Okay,
then the interior lot is entitled to Y amount, whatever that is, checking the sign regulations for the difference.
Okay.
You can't exceed what that interior lot would be permitted to
so
have.
you're basically saying overall, we could have 150? Is that what you're,
Well, that's the thing, without looking, I need to look at the resolution to see what is
Okay.
a corner lot rules versus interior lot rules. Yeah, so, and it doesn't mean you, so when it's a corner lot, right, you look at each facing,
Right.
face on the corner, right?
Yeah.
But then, to the extent that there's an interior portion, you treat that as an interior lot and whatever the maximum is there. So I can't do the calculation like this.
I mean, we're not proposing, we don't want any more signage, it's just that when the
Right, but if
calculations
you're
came out.
over
yeah.
what's permitted.
Right.
So what is it, 3 times the frontage, 150 square feet for interior or through? Yes, that works, 150 for the interior.
Okay,
And only exception is through, it's for each corner, it's 150.
Right.
It's 150
50 square feet,
For each corner.
for each corner,
yeah,
and plus 150 for the interior.
yes.
Got it.
but that's signage total, and that's for just illuminated signage, it would be
It's 50.
50, 50, and 50.
Yes. So your BP logos are how many square
They're
feet?
like, what, 9?
9, okay, so for illuminated signage, they're illuminated, right?
Yes.
So you're well under the 50 if those are on the interior lot.
This is for non-illuminated work, which is
Right, interior, I think illuminated is 50.
50 square feet, yeah.
Surface area for interior or through. Yeah, okay.
Okay. All right.
All right, so then I think it works, but we need to be very clear in
Somehow, yeah.
our explanation. I'm just thinking, so I think there was another submission that we needed, so if you could go through the signage analysis the way we just described
Okay.
it, and on the drawings, indicate what are the corner lots,
Yeah, they
so
were-
that,
okay.
and what's the interior lot and the math for each.
Okay.
To show that you're under. That way, we'll have in the record, like, once and for all, how we think the prior
Okay.
board interpreted
All
it,
right.
and going forward, there won't be so much confusion. Okay?
Okay. In the random canvas signs that the owner, or actually, it's not the owner, it's the tenant has put up, we will, again, tell him to take them all down. The landscaping concern. Originally, they were showing landscaping along the back corner, which in fact, they have trees. These trees are very mature, some of them are like 10-inch caliper, back behind the building. And so to propose to put anything underneath them is not going to really, they may have actually planted something at one point, but they would have just died because of lack of sunlight. What we could propose is that on the corner that is facing the commercial area, the diner and store, whatever, we could put slats, make that chain link opaque. But right now, they're like 20-foot-high pine trees. The other thing is that since the trash dumpsters are back there, make sure that if we have to raise the height of the fence, we can raise the height of the fence, but just to block the view of the dumpsters and do opaquing slats, but not propose to put any undergrowth planting in that area. So I'm not sure that putting any more planting back there is really very useful.
So here's a question. There are plants that thrive in shade, right? Like azaleas, I think, are one of the ones that thrives in shade.
Rhododendron, those are the two,
Yeah.
not the only two that are going to work.
Right, and some kinds of ground covers, for instance, things like that. So could you, before discounting this, take a look at that kind of planting, that as a filler along the border there?
Okay. No, I mean, we can do that. I just would hesitate to do it right behind where the dumpsters are, but I don't have an objection.
Dumpsters are there. And so the idea is to like sort of shield the residents from the reality of the dumpsters.
But
That's
on
why
that
you're
corner,
planning-
that's the parking lot. That's the parking lot to the diner and stores. That's actually a commercial corner. Further to the right, there is an area where, yes, we could put rhododendrons. They already have a 6-foot-high white plastic fence, and then there's a chain link fence, and there is a strip for planting. We could put something in that
Okay,
strip.
do that, okay.
But as far as on the far right corner, I'm not, like I said.
Far left, far
Well,
left.
all right, so far right is the residential. But that's where the really big trees are. So I'm not sure who's going to benefit from anything being planted there. They're not even going to see them because the other trees are going to overshadow. But in the middle, there's a strip in the middle that we could go ahead and plant.
Okay.
I could recommend for that.
Okay, all right, that's good.
The lighting, when we did the lighting, we neglected to, it was put down to put a shielded light, but we have failed to adjust the lighting per shielded light. We will go back and readjust our lighting to reflect using shielded lighting.
Yes, and then, and actually install the shields.
Yeah.
The shields should be installed now.
Well,
right?
either we will put in shielded, or we will actually just totally replace the light. I mean,
With a different.
it might be more
lighting.
economically,
Yeah.
make more sense, because some of these lights are old and may not be able to find a
Right.
ready shield. But one way or another, it will be a focused
Fixture, okay,
light fixture.
right, okay.
Cars on the sidewalk, when we were there, we didn't notice it, but I do see on Google that they did have parking on the sidewalk. We will talk to the owner and to the tenant about this. One of the problems when we went and saw the actual marking, and even on the old plans, the way they did the parking which is on the left side, when you look at it, the parking lines, there was no way to get past the parking to get to the back. So it actually effectively eliminated getting to the trash dumpsters, it eliminated being able to park behind. Who's parking behind is really the owner-tenant people. So we shifted the parking to be what's real, so that you can drive by and get through, and that's why the reduction. However, what we can propose is that we could show parking space in front of each car, at least three of the car bays, with the idea that it would be valet parking. The mechanics would come out and shift the cars around.
And And most of the vehicles that are parked here are those who are awaiting services.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So has the dumpster, or is the dumpster installed?
Dumpsters are back there, yes.
Yeah. No, but the enclosure for the dumpster.
No, there is
okay.
no enclosure for the dumpster,
So the enclosure that's proposed still seems like it allows room for a car to pass between the dumpster and the edge of the building. So it looks like the 2 rows of parking more or less will continue because that's what they need, apparently.
Are you talking
right?
behind the building?
Behind the building. So you're only showing 2 parking spaces behind the building, when it looks like, you know, in the layout, more like 5 in tandem will fit there. And since there's obviously a need for parking on this site of cars awaiting service, and the operator of the business is the one obviously controlling the movement of the cars, right? I don't know whether putting cars back there blocks the required egress. I don't know what the layout.
No, I mean, all right, so when we were there, we only observed 2 cars back there and another one parked.
If you go on satellite.
I'm looking at the Google
Yeah.
picture right now that I have, and I see what you're talking about.
There's like 8 cars parked back there, but one of which is where the dumpster would go.
Right.
Dumpster.
Actually, if we, yeah, so, I mean, if we could show more parking back there, if it's not an issue. I mean, it's just that we had observed at the time we were there only 2 parking, and so that's what we kind of maintained, and that's also what's shown on the BSA plan. If you don't have an objection, I mean, physically, they can fit 2 rows. We would just need to make sure that there's
Well, it's kind of,
access
it's
around.
always this trade-off between parking on the sidewalk versus parking on the site, right?
yeah.
And in this situation, especially if you're shielding the rear with landscaping and fencing that's opaque, et cetera,
Yeah.
you're reducing the impact on the adjoining residents.
True.
And then arguably better maintaining the front of the site. And
Okay.
preventing parking on the sidewalk ideally, which is something we need to talk about, how they're going to do that.
Right.
What do other people think about increasing the amount of on-site parking?
We have always provided that option for sites where we see overage of parking need. And as you mentioned, your operation-wise, you would have the tenant moving the cars
Yeah, it would be
so
valet, yeah.
Valet type. You should use this opportunity to kind of maximize the
Okay.
parking on-site and not, and given that this is an intersection with vehicles turning from Lakeville to Hewlett, you want that also to be clear of vehicles for visibility purposes. So
Yes.
I would say you should consider that.
Okay.
And I was just, since the trash enclosure is not built, by relocating the trash enclosure, if you can get some more additional spaces in the rear, do consider that.
I don't know, I mean, we thought about it, but I don't know where else we would
Yeah, the corner
Put it.
seems the most logical location.
Well, I was
Yeah.
actually thinking.
Adjacent to that
Adjacent to the
parking.
commercial, adjacent to parking space number 5, if that gets you more parking in the back. Just,
All right, all right, I'll look at it.
Is that the backyard of residents?
of the commercial.
So where it says right-of-way, I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Here?
There's a,
No. I'm sorry, I'm just going to explain. There.
Oh, right here.
Lot 5, is that, parking lot 5, is that what you said?
Yeah, parking.
Oh, no, that's 6.
Six.
5
I'm
is
sorry.
on the other side, that's why I was over here.
Oh,
5 is
I'm
over
sorry,
here.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it would be abutting the rear lot of tax lot 66, whatever, one of the lots of 66, because that's what I was.
it's partly just we have to look at the maneuverability of a dump truck getting.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, right, exactly. Okay.
All right.
Okay, and then can we go back to the on-street parking? If you look at the on sidewalk parking, I'm curious whether we've controlled this sometimes with bollards on
Okay.
the site. so it discourages a little bit of that activity. Also, with the owner, operator, creating a maintenance and operations plan, like how they're going to handle discouraging parking. So we originally had owners posting a sign that says no parking on sidewalk. Cars will be towed at owner's expense, and then we realized that actually you need to call the police department or to tow the cars. But adding a sign that says no parking on sidewalk, whatever the enforcement agency will be notified. Something like that. I don't know who the enforcement agency is really, if it's NYC.
Thing is that the people that would be calling would be the people, I mean, there's no one there to call it in. I mean, I kind of like the idea of either maybe putting planters right along that edge,
Yeah.
or
That would probably.
like in between the curb cuts or something like that,
planters-
rather than bollards. Bollards make the place look.
Yeah.
Planters would probably be.
We could do a couple of planters between the curb cuts. It doesn't solve the problem totally, but
It helps remove the option of parking there. That, along with having more available parking on the lot, might be a solution to this problem. At least we're doing our very best to address this. I'm sure the community board would appreciate that.
Yeah. Okay, so take a look at the solution. Planters is obviously, if they're nice planters.
Yeah, well.
And if they have plants in them, there's
Right,
nothing
right,
like
right.
planters with no plants.
Plants, that's a great, if we could do the planters with plants.
we'll work it out.
Okay.
All right, so, all right, we'll take care of the FEMA map, and I'm not sure, I think
that's it.
That's everything.
Great, thank
All
you
right.
very much. Thank you for coming so prepared. Are there any other speakers on this? Okay, so we need you to amend the drawings and so on,
And the sign.
and come up with a operational plan for the parking, for
Okay.
the street. Well, also in plan for the parking, and then in concept for avoiding parking on the sidewalks.
sidewalk, yeah.
Lighting, obviously, revised landscaping plan, decide where you want the dumpster enclosure to be in case it's not there. And then, of course, those sign calculations and
Right.
showing clearly what the corner lot, interior lot situation is, okay, with the calculations. Little chart that is per frontage, as we say, right?
Okay.
To each corner lot and the interior lot, each with its own little distinct chart
All
that
right.
does the calculation.
All right.
Okay? Great. All right, so how much time do you think you need for this?
3 weeks to submit.
Do we have speakers?
Oh, yeah, are there any speakers? Did I say that? Good.
3 weeks from today is, or from tomorrow is March 27th. So there's 25 on for April 23rd, which is April 3rd.
That's good.
submission. Okay, so submit on April 3rd for a hearing on April 23rd.
April 3rd and 23rd. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Item number 7, 101686 BZ, 2162, 2166 Broadway, Manhattan.
Did we talk about the FEMA map? Did you?
Gonna be extras.
Nothing.
Raise your right
Okay.
hands. Raise your right hands.
I think
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Go.
Yeah, it should amend it.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Frederick A. Becker. We attended your review session yesterday. I have a response to several of the comments, and I also have with me Mr. Joel Prouty, who is the new owner and operator of the spa, of the PCE. I would like to put on the record, and this is still a new PCE that has not yet opened, which is a rarity. I think it is not a legalization. So anything that we can do quickly is much appreciated, since this is not an operating situation. So in no particular order, this space is being reconfigured from the previous New York Sports Club space. With regard to Commissioner questions, the entrance on the first floor is an entrance that is shared by the building. The floor area only applies to the stairs which go down to the cellar. The other stairs go up to the building. The elevator is used by the building, upper and lower floors. In the previous applications, the handicapped access was achieved in two different locations, either through the residential lobby, which was permitted, or in the rear of the building, and then they went down corridors and went into the space. The current elevator that is in the lobby on the first floor is going to be extended down to the cellar level, so there will be direct access from grade into that commercial lobby, straight down to the space which did not previously exist before.
Okay, so the first floor plan, which shows the elevator,
Yes.
wait a second, is this a new submission?
Yes.
Yeah, no, this is not, I didn't see that. That's so weird, it shows an elevator going in. How strange. Okay, all right, so that's a new elevator to be installed, and the entrance is through a commercial entrance.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Right. The elevator is there, but it is being extended to the cellar, which was not
Right.
previously
Okay.
there. There was prior access is a more direct access to that space.
Okay.
So that was, I believe, so that's the answer to that. With regard to the FEMA map, well, apologies for but it is, we actually do show it. It's the quality of these maps is so poor. But if Commissioner Sheda does look at the map, right in the middle of the map, it says area of minimal flood hazard. There is a tiny little red dot, and underneath the dot it says Studio X. So I apologize for the unclarity of it, but we did show it. It is, yes, you need to, where's Waldo to find it? So apologies and understood, but we did show it there. So that is that. With regard to I think there was some question that the chair had about the plans don't reflect the new uses. We do show there is no studio on the plans. We had mentioned that in our statement that there was a studio space at one point that was going to be used for private. It is only open spaces now. After yesterday's executive session, we amended the statement. I actually have copies of the revised statement with me, and we can actually submit them to the board with a cover letter as we speak. So perhaps that will address that issue.
Okay, no, I think
November 6, 2018.
I'm just looking at the date of so the plans that are reflecting the new space
Correct.
are drawn specifically for the new use, is that
Absolutely.
correct?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
So, and the massage rooms are shown, so I'm sorry, my apologies, I was looking at a previously approved set of drawings, and then what was labeled as the proposed set, but actually it was a match of the previously approved.
Okay.
And I thought that was the extent of the submission. I actually didn't see
Actually,
it
you're
as-
not, the front cover page looks
It's the same,
It's the
second page, so maybe
So
that's why
think
I was
that's-
thrown off.
I was also,
Yeah, okay. So to correct the record, there is actually a set of drawings that represents the proposed new use, which does show the massage rooms and shows the elevator going into the cellar, which were both my comments, so.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we covered that, okay. And, and the private, so this is basically going to be kind of a one-on-one operation, right? Isn't that how it's working?
Addressing, that's who you are.
Good afternoon, my name's Joel Prouty. Primarily, yes, we'll be open to not so much one-on-one, but that's what the space is designed for both, one-on-one and sort of an open play environment.
An open plan, so in other words, people will come and do their own workouts
Yes, ma'am.
privately? Okay. On your own. Okay. All right, thank you very much. what else? I think that might have been it.
Well, there was a
Oh,
comment.
a question about the CEO. Go ahead, say.
That was my question about the time to obtain a CO.
Yeah, so, but in this case, is this a gut renovation?
Yes.
Or so it's a gut renovation, so the time to obtain a C of O is the time to do the gut renovation and so on. Again, it was not clear, so this is a new operator,
Yeah, it's at your
right? And it
discretion.
wasn't clear from, particularly because I was confused about the drawings. It seemed like the new operator is moving into the old operation, so why not just get a C of O? But if it's a gut renovation.
No, this is full-blown gut.
Yeah, okay.
Dealing with a condo board, et cetera, so it's, and several months into the approvals.
Okay.
No need to.
No need to amend this, no need to
The application.
be concerned about the amendment of the C of O. It will come in due time, right? It'll come in the proper sequence, right? Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay, good. All right then, are there any speakers on this? Oh, you also wanted to know the total PCE floor
No, I
area.
think that's been clarified.
Because they're not on the first floor. It's not indicated
Okay,
entrance.
okay. Yeah,
Yeah, regarding the FEMA thing, I saw that red pen actually, when I looked at the map, where it says Zone X, but if you look to the right at the legend, it says the pen, it points to the red pen, and it says the pen displayed on the map is an approximate point selected by the user and does not represent an authoritative property location. So since you mentioned that this is the location of the site,
It is,
I'll
yeah.
take this. But please, if you submit
Yeah,
FEMA maps any further, just put a circle around that
Yeah.
red pen and put in the legend, say
Yeah.
site, approximate site location or something.
I think that's part of the
that will-
limitation
I'll
of the
take this.
software
Yeah,
on FEMA
that's-
site.
Yes,
We'll
yes,
do
it's a
our-
disclaimer from FEMA.
Yeah.
We'll do our, yes.
I have one more question. The hours you're proposing are different from the hours that were approved for the prior.
Right, we
PCE?
requested,
Yes,
we-
you requested a change of hours. Were the hours a condition of the prior approval, or? That's a question. Were the hours a condition of the board's resolution in the prior approval?
I believe they were.
They were, okay.
Because
Always-
I'll just let me check one time, but I can.
There, sometimes hours are just included as
No, no,
whereas
I
clauses,
think-
as opposed
no,
to
no,
conditions.
hold on.
Yeah, it's in the whereas.
It's in a
It-
whereas, okay. Just wanted to clarify.
No, it was in the
at the
2009 grant, there were conditions about ownership and control, C of O, and hours of operation, and we've amended those, yes.
Okay, no, just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
You're looking at the last grant.
So the C of O thing about the fees?
They're not, the
Does it
chair.
say hours?
Fine with
Says
that,
no need.
okay.
No, below,
paid the
in the conditions.
Oh, you
does it
paid the
say
fee
hours?
already, right?
Paid the
No,
fee
I
already.
think so.
Want to give it
No,
back?
so it's not all
I'll
conditions
talk
from
to
the prior resolution? So in the last grant, there wasn't a condition?
What, the hours?
Yeah.
I thought
But
they
in
were.
the first grant, it was.
In the first, yes. The 2009 grant, it doesn't list it as a condition.
Just wanna stay
Condition,
consistent.
okay.
1987
Consistent.
does.
Yeah, okay.
Right, and the 2009 continued the conditions from the
Right,
previous
those
grants.
that specifically waived.
Okay, and so
Right.
the change in hours is actually just till 10 PM?
5:30 a.m. to
5:30 to
10
10.
p.m. daily.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
They wear ballet shoes, they're very quiet.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So are there any speakers on this? Then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Oh, sorry, we didn't need an amendment, so that was the thing. We don't need to amend the application to request an extension of
So
time?
Mr. Becker, I think, stated that he already,
He
paid for
already-
that.
oh, he already did.
We
amend
paid
the
that already.
application.
Oh, okay, so it was amended, okay. So then, I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can we take?
Yes, a 10-minute break?
Want a 10-minute break?
Yes.
12, back at 12:10, really? 12:11?
Thank you.
Everybody up.
Oh, nice. Ready on the record? Okay, we are. Okay, we're back on the record. SOC continued hearing items, item number 8, 13088BZ, 3602 Snyder Avenue, Brooklyn. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
You got it.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC on behalf of the applicant. Firstly, the community board recommendation, there was a snowstorm last month when we were supposed to have the full board. We've already had the land use meeting, but it's been rescheduled to March 20th. We removed the car wash. We provided photographs on 12/7/2018 with the car wash removed, and we aren't keeping it. And it wasn't like a full car wash, it was one of those things where you put money in it, yeah. The parking spaces is being corrected because 10 is marked twice, as Commissioner Brown noticed. Landscaping, we will install it in April. The trash enclosure has already been installed, and if you would go to the original application, the photographs, the last page of the photographs shows the trash enclosure with a fence, and it has the fence in front of it. It's not an open trash enclosure. So it's the last page of the photographs on the original application.
Oh. Maybe it wasn't obvious that it was a trash enclosure, which is good, because most of the time it's extremely obvious.
And then in terms of signage, this is a 73-11, and in 73-11-5I, it says, in C2 districts, the provisions of section 32-642, non-illuminated signs, and 32-643, illuminated non-flashing signs, shall be modified to permit non-illuminated or illuminated non-flashing signs with a total surface area not exceeding 150 square feet on any zoning lot. So we didn't break it up by frontage because we provide less than 150 square feet of signage per 73-11.
For 70, say again?
73-11, it's 5I. So, yeah. So you're allowed less signage, but more illuminated signage.
Okay.
And I think that's all your questions.
Okay, and you said the car wash contraption was removed,
Yeah, it was taken
right?
up, and it was, we gave pictures of it, of the sidewalk area where it was removed in our notice of comments, 12/7/2018.
All right, so the planting you're going to do in April, and other than that, I don't think we had anything else, right?
Yep.
Okay. Are there any speakers on this? And I know you submitted a cover letter for the green cards.
Oh, yes, we
Yeah,
did that as
okay,
well.
Yeah. All right. All right. So, April planting and May hearing with the photos
Yeah.
of the
We've
planting?
been doing a May 1st, May 21st, if you're still open for that.
That is still open. So submission May 1st for a continued hearing on May 21st.
Okay, thank you.
Community boards meeting May 20th?
May
March
20th. March 20th.
That's right.
Yeah.
So we should have the recommendation by then.
Okay. Okay, item number 9, 13292BZ, 3948 Amboy Road, Staten Island. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? And the board saw the fire department letter from yesterday? They have objection?
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC on behalf of the applicant. This resolves part of the issue, but I got a statement from the architect, and I got that new application document certification is the second sheet, and then photographs of what I'm talking about, and community advisory from DDC is also in this package to support what he states in his letter, and I'll read the letter, and because it talks about why he hasn't done fencing, landscaping, or tree planting as of yet. The New York City Department of Design and Construction, Project SE 803, is currently working on the parking lot at the referenced location. They've installed the sewer main and will also be installing a water line. Prior to construction, they have removed on-site trees, landscaping, fencing on the premises. At this time, I do not have a timeline for the completion of this project. However, I have the owner's assurance that fencing, landscaping, tree planting, and the paving of the parking lot will be restored to prior conditions. The reason why the dumpsters are in different areas at this time is due to the ongoing construction work on the site. Eventually, the dumpster will be permanently located near the gate. There will be no other work done on the building aside from obtaining the certificate of occupancy. So that is addressing why the fence, you saw the trees cut. And if you look at the photographs, you can see kind of construction happening, the fencing.
On the photo that's here?
There's, so the first page is the letter, the second is the certification, the third is the advisory from DDC that they're doing the work. The weather has been not that great, as you may have noticed, so even though it says January 11th and lasting approximately 1 week, there's been inclement weather, so they're ongoing with the work. And then the next 3 photographs are of the site, and the second page of the second photographs, you can see the fencing, the temporary fencing from the construction. And the third, you can see it.
Okay, but so, the scope of the construction itself, as opposed to, because what we're talking about is landscaping and fencing, for which you need permits, but that's not, that doesn't hold up the sign-off for CFO.
Yeah.
Right? So, what is the scope of the actual construction? That,
He said those items were removed because they were installing the sewer main and the water line, so that's why they weren't there.
Right, but this is an application to obtain an extension of time to obtain a CFO.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to understand is it the sewer main being worked on that's holding up obtaining the CFO?
He didn't-
What's holding up obtaining the CFO?
I can ask for more information about that. That didn't appear to be the reason why they were holding up the CFO. That just was addressing your comment from yesterday.
Well, the comment comment from yesterday was what's left to obtain a CFO.
Nothing else is left to obtain a CFO.
Oh,
Except for the board's extension of time?
Yes.
okay.
So that's why he said there will be no other work done in the building aside from obtaining the certificate. So that was meant to address. Sorry if that wasn't clear.
Okay.
There's nothing else to obtain a CFO.
So nothing.
Besides the fire department concerns.
So then, if there's nothing left to do on the interior, the reason that, in part, that I'm asking this is, let's see, they've installed a sewer main and will also be installing a water line. So the sewer main and water line are what's preventing them from installing what I call the site improvements, right?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
So until that's done, we can't put the fencing in, is that what the?
Yeah, and the trees were removed because of it.
Okay, all right, well, so obviously, those site improvements are required, so kind of, for me, it's a condition of the extension that the site improvements that were required in the prior approval are actually installed, right?
Yeah, but unfortunately, he cannot control how long the Department of Design and Construction takes to finish these items.
So how long of an extension of time are you requesting?
We usually ask for about 2 years. I mean, they said they'd only take a week, but they've been going, so
Okay. All right. Are there any speakers on this? Does anybody else have any
Oh, so the
comments?
fire department.
So fire department, of course, has comments, yeah.
Good afternoon, John Daly, Fire Department. A review of our records indicates this building does not have a fire alarm system. I know the certificate of occupancy does list a fire alarm system. The banquet hall itself does not have a fire alarm, so we are requiring them that the fire alarm system be installed. I do have inspectors from our fire alarm inspection unit visiting the building to issue the orders, And I've also notified our LPPA unit, who does the PA inspections, that, the space required a fire alarm does not have it. So the police issue an order on that as well.
Okay. So this is one of those tricky things where they have permits to do work.
Right.
So, so they should be able to get a permit to install a fire alarm, right?
Yes, they could file an alteration type 2, which they had previously done in 2003. It was disapproved and then withdrawn in 2012. Why, we do not know. But again, the fire department, our fire alarm inspection unit has no record. Our central station has no record of a fire alarm at these premises.
Okay. Okay then, so what that does is it gives additional time because you want to make sure that this alt-2 is refiled and what?
It has been refiled, reviewed, and then, of course, they're going to take some time to install the components if there are none there. So they're going to probably need another 6 months. I know the contractor is better able to give an estimated completion time. I am not.
Right, so, but you want the fire alarm system to be installed
Done.
prior to our issuing? So this is an extension of time to obtain the C of O, right?
Well, yes, I do want them to install the fire alarm and have it operational prior to the board granting any variance
I
on
have
a permit.
I have a question. I'm trying to find, I think there's a more of a consistency question. I know there are other projects where FDNY has granted a conditional approval because it's on their radar, once they have filed an alt-2 application. Why in this case that cannot
I'm kind
happen?
of leery on this one. I mean, they were required to have it back in 2003. Here we are, 16 years, 2019, no system is installed. So I guess I would have to talk with the project manager and see what kind of conditions we could agree on that we could present to the board.
Okay.
But I do want a filing done.
Right, but what I do want to add is the fire department has been working with the applicants from a position where it took the position a couple of years ago where no applications were encouraged to be approved until the fire alarm and sprinkler systems were actually installed, right? And what held up those app projects was the fact that the board had not approved the use. So it made it very difficult to get an approval to install the fire alarms because the use wasn't approved. Here, the use is approved, and it's possible to do exactly what fire department is saying, include the fire alarm installation as part of the work required to obtain the C of O, right? And so by us saying, okay, we need to see at least the filing and approval of the fire alarm system.
Yeah.
And then allow for an extension of time to obtain the C of O, it adds another piece of work to the project that must be completed in order to obtain a C of O. So our extension would then go from the time of, say, sign-off, approval of the fire alarm application by DOB and fire department.
Right.
So something like that. So you can look in that. But they're not going to be able to obtain a C of O unless it's installed, right?
That is correct, yes,
Yeah,
and signed
okay.
off.
Okay, installed and signed off, okay. All right, so I kind of agree with that. So, and in the meantime, perhaps,
If they stop the work.
the sewer main and water lines might be completed. Yeah.
How that's going.
Okay. Right, so, and actually though, a fire department directed addition to the scope of work might, I don't know, I don't actually know what DOB is doing with the fact that you don't have an extension of time to obtain a C of O. I don't know if that's affecting the ability to continue with the work, but there is no more work to be done under the alt,
Right.
right?
Landscaping and fencing doesn't require.
No, fencing has a permit, but it's not related to an Alt 2, Alt 1. Okay, anyway. So, what'd you say? Well, 6 months is a lot. 6 months to approve a set of drawings and,
Oh, no, again, I would assist them in expediting the plan review. See how long it would take the contractor, what type of components are being installed for the banquet space, for the 2 banquet spaces. So that's an unknown, so I
Right.
don't have an answer.
so what if we did something where we come back once once the drawings have been filed and DOB and fire department have had a chance to review and arguably approve the drawings? What's normally that kind of review process?
That's about 6 weeks.
6 weeks? Okay. So what if we put this on for, say, 3 months from now? That's enough time to do the drawings, review the drawings, and then perhaps you would consider, if they're approved, perhaps the fire department would consider then allowing us to grant the extension of time to complete, and then fire department is there saying, where's my fire alarm system?
I have no problem with that.
Okay, all right.
3 months.
So 3 months.
And do we call speakers? Sorry.
I did already.
Okay. And Ms. Valder, that's 3 months?
That's what it has to be.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, come back in 3 months, it's June, right? Yes.
Yeah.
June 4th. So a June 4th hearing would be a May 15th submission. The fire department could obviously submit whenever they're ready.
May 15th submission.
Yeah, so May 15th submission for a June 4th hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 10, 14997BZ, 150-19, 11th Avenue, Queens. Okay, Siegel also going to speak as part of your team? Oh, okay, we'll sign them in when you have to. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Frank Angelino on behalf of the application. Yesterday, you requested a drawing that shows the existing accessory parking lot. On the same drawing, presumably we've submitted B1, so it'd be a B2 drawing to show the adjacent funeral home in connection with this lot so that it's all on one sheet. The architect, Stephen Katz, is here with me, and he will include any specific requests you have on that drawing, if you can make them known to us.
Okay. So, but we also needed to understand the issue of demand for the site in terms of parking, right? So the request is to reduce the amount of parking, right?
Correct.
So, but there was no discussion about utilization rates, demand, what will happen if we reduce the amount of parking?
Well, fortunately, we have a 20-year, the site presently has 29 spots, is that correct? 29 spots. So we have a 20-year period where it's basically had 29 spots, parking spots. And it's been in use for those 20 years. And the results is that the 29 spaces have been adequate for virtually every funeral that occurs at this funeral home.
Do they keep records of the utilization of the parking lot?
I'm sorry?
Do the operators keep track of the utilization of the parking lot? You said the 29 spaces has proven adequate. What's the basis for that
Not,
statement?
you know, not not on a numerical basis on every lot. This is, again, one of the last of the of the family-run funeral homes in New York City. It goes back to 1913, and it serves the basic community of College Point and Clintonville, and as seen from the resolution of the Community Board, unanimous resolution in support, it is very much a part of the community.
No, but the question was, on what basis do you state that the 29 spots, which was not what was approved, 34, so it's 5 less than what was approved, on what is the basis for your statement that the 29 spaces is enough and that it's not imposing on the street system?
Well, they haven't observed any increase in street parking.
Have they looked?
At the site.
Yes, have they looked?
Curbside parking at the site.
So that's the thing. So you're asking for a reduction in number of spaces.
Correct.
You haven't been in compliance for 20 years with the approved number of spaces. In order to justify the reduction in spaces, there needs to be a formal analysis done. So, for example, when there's no peak time for the funeral establishment, right? What's the parking utilization on street?
I understand the question.
As opposed to peak times.
All right.
Right, yeah, I need water.
You have it?
Okay.
Sorry.
You can go on.
Yeah. He's being sworn
All right,
in.
you want to raise your hand?
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and respond honestly to board member questions? Yes. Okay, sign in. Sorry.
Since you've been sworn in, you can speak directly to the board if you prefer.
I'm sorry.
I was Mr. Good, if you wanted to speak directly to the board.
John Golden, owner of the Martin A. Gleason Funeral Home.
Okay.
And good afternoon. We've been in business for 103 years, and I'm there most 5 days a week, and I see in Whitestone, there is a lot of parking off-street in Whitestone, and we've been using the 29 spots for the past 19 years. And, you know, for 90% of the funerals, that's been more than adequate. We monitor it. And, of course, if we get somebody killed in the line of duty, it is tremendous crowds. No lot is going to be big enough, or if it's a prominent person. But for our purposes, the 29 spots has been fine. And like I said, it helps us stay in business having 29 spots.
So, but the question is, on an average, say, month, for argument's sake, right?
Yeah.
How do you know that the 29 spaces is adequate? How do you know that many of the visitors are not parking on the street?
Because we can see outside that the lot, there's always empty space normally. There's like 4 spots never taken. So some people prefer to park on the street, actually. In front of the building, there's parking. They park there because they don't, you know, it's closer. And we see it every day that only maybe once or twice a year is the parking lot full. And, you know, they have to park on the street.
Do you use valet parking?
No, we don't use valet parking.
And is your office, from time to time, do you go outside and actually see the?
Well, we have a camera inside that sees the parking lot, so we view it all the time.
So you
at the front.
routinely view the camera?
We always, yeah, I'm always routine. I'm looking at the camera most of the day to see who's coming in, who's going out, et
And what,
cetera.
to see who's coming in and who's coming out for what reason?
Well, so we can open the door for them and greet them and bring them in the room. Or if they're coming in to make arrangements, we want to make sure that they get taken right into make the arrangement. the
And
funeral.
so you would be cognizant as to when that is full, that,
Yes, yeah, like I said, the times, once or twice a year, we would get full.
and would you have to do anything different when it's full? You said that you look at the camera to see who comes in and comes out.
Yes.
Would you have to station someone at the door if the line
Well,
gets full?
we have people at the door already. If we have a prominent funeral, we hire more people. We call the local police precinct, they send a car over. It's, we never, we haven't never had a complaint from the neighbors, so.
Okay.
Or the people that use the privilege, that we have privilege to serve.
So how many parking spaces do you have on the building side?
We have 7. I mean, we could put more, we have a big driveway, so the driveway's wide enough. Sometimes people park alongside the building, but not too often.
And what's the average capacity or the range of capacity of your rooms or the average funeral?
Well, there's no such thing as an average funeral. Everybody gets, some people there's 2 people, some people there's 50. The rooms, there's like one room for 100, another for 50, another for 50, one for maybe 5 to 10. There's no really way of predicting, if it's a small funeral, how many people are going to come. If it's a big funeral, the family usually tells us, we need 2 rooms, we expect a lot of people, so we try to accommodate them.
So you have 2 rooms for 50, is that what you said?
A ballpark, it could be bigger. We have a sign how many the city allows in each.
Right.
I'd have to look to tell you the truth.
So, but it's 2 larger rooms?
We have 2, I'd say 2 larger rooms, 1 medium room, and 1 very small room.
And the medium room is what, like 30?
The medium room is probably 30 to 40,
Okay.
yeah.
Are they ever all in operation at the
Yes,
same
they
time?
are. Sometimes they are, yeah.
And even on those days, you don't find issues, you don't find your lot full?
Well, very rarely, we just don't. People like to park on the street for some reason.
And there's a lot of, I would imagine, would you say that in your experience, there's a lot of carpooling during these type of events?
There's a lot of carpooling, they come together, groups come together, the Rosary Society, or
And there's hired vehicles as well that,
yeah, retired people always come, and 2 or 3 or 4 people, they come together.
What about a survey?
Yeah, right. So a lot of this is anecdotal as opposed to scientific, right? And this is really for your lawyer, your zoning lawyer,
Sure.
and your architect, but there's a required amount of parking for a funeral establishment, right? Now, this isn't an art district, so we don't know which one it is, but the required parking is either, the type is an H parking category, so depending on which zoning district you're in, it's either 1 per 200 square feet or 1 per 400 square feet if this was a building built since that was
It's in an
the
R2.
requirement. No, I know it's in an R, but had that been what the board was looking at, which normally is what the board looks at, it looks at what are the standard parking requirements for a use that it's permitting in an R district, right? We don't have any idea from what was submitted whether, because we don't know the size of the building on the other side, right? We don't know the size of the funeral home. So, maybe that's what drove the 34 spaces.
You do know the size.
But we don't. 'cause
Yes, you do, because it was a previous variance.
But you didn't provide us with that information.
Well, that's what I was saying. I'll amend the statement
Okay.
in order to put it in.
I'm just looking at the resolution, and what's interesting is the original application, the applicant had requested for 42.
Yes.
And board asked the applicant to revise it to 34.
Right.
That's correct.
Right, but we don't know what the basis is, and we don't know if that was the minimum, if you did the math on the funeral home, right? So, since we don't know the floor area of the funeral home, which was providing, we don't know how many spaces back then. Right now, it's providing 7, but maybe it was providing more when it was approved. So we don't have enough information on this application to really ascertain whether a reduction in the amount of spaces is appropriate. And, you know, one way to get around this is to have valet parking, so that we understand that by moving the driveway, by relocating the staircase, it's impossible to put 34 self-park spaces there. But it's not impossible, for example, to have the equivalent total either on the site, it's on the subject site by having valet parking, or adding more parking to the funeral home site, provided the funeral home site's in compliance with its grant, because we don't know anything, we were not provided with any information about that.
I think one of the things you just heard from the testimony of the operator of the funeral home is that they have an experience with the operation of the funeral home, and that they haven't heard of any problems, either from the neighbors or from the people that attend funerals there, and they monitor it on a regular basis. This application went before us all, before the community board, and they had discussion about it. They were familiar with this funeral home, and the board members voted unanimously in favor of it because they've known its operation since it's been before them on several occasions in the past, and they were aware of the funeral home and its operation. And many of them said they had funerals at this funeral home because it is very much a part of the community. There's a human factor here that's taking place.
Can I just say,
Yeah.
what we really need from you is an analysis of what the parking requirement will be based on the space that you have next door, and how many spaces you're proposing to address the parking requirement. Now, if you have enough spaces on site that it exceeds the parking requirement, you're good.
Right.
You don't have to go any further. If you don't have enough spaces, then you're going to have to either prove to us that there is enough on-street availability to absorb that need, or commit to a condition to have valet parking.
The 1968 variance for the funeral home showed a drawing with 24 parking spaces at the funeral home,
Okay, but so you're only providing 7?
because there hasn't been a need for any greater
But
amount.
so that, or that's the perception is, there hasn't been a
Okay,
need,
okay.
but there's only
I get
7
it.
spaces provided. So
I
I
get it.
drive in, there's no place for me to park, so I go on the street, right? So what you're just telling us is it's out of compliance with the terms of the grant for the funeral home, and it's out of compliance with the terms of this grant. So far, we have 2 different variances out of compliance. The board came to the conclusion that 24 spaces on the other side was necessary, and that was ignored. So you can't have us overlook the conditions of the grants. And if you want us to change the conditions, then you have to make a case. And the case can't be, it doesn't feel like we need them. That the case has to be proven with studies.
As much as we can credit the testimony.
This is pretty open and shut.
Yes, yeah.
It's very
No,
simple.
it's simple.
This is really simple. It does not require a lot of employment of people to conduct a survey. We're asking for the simplest of information.
We'll do the analysis.
Thank
Thank
you. Thank you.
We'll do the analysis.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any speakers on this? Okay. All right then, so it's a 2-part instruction, because once you do your zoning analysis, if in 1968 the zoning required X number of spaces, those spaces need to have been provided, and in any event, they needed to be provided because it was the terms of the grant. And if you're proposing to amend that, then you need to piggyback that grant with this one, because you're not in compliance with that grant,
Understood.
okay? And
We'll
so
supply the
then,
information.
if in the analysis, the zoning analysis, it turns out that, for argument's sake, 55 spaces are required for the use, then
That's
you...
the funeral stuff.
Sorry.
Just want to ensure that you're listening.
Yes. If it turns out from your zoning analysis that, just to throw out a number, 55 spaces are required, and which is not represented in what you're proposing, then we are going to need, and you should just proceed and do it, a parking utilization study. So that simply does a comparison between a peak projected 50, all of the rooms occupied simultaneously, and against, and when do those kinds of funerals occur, against a non-funeral event on street parking utilization. These are done with counts. It's not that complicated, but you do need to probably hire a consultant to do that. Okay?
Just for clarification, Chair, when you say peak, we're not saying the worst-case scenario, like the death of an officer, which would be clearly...
We're talking about a popular person in the community, as opposed to, you know...
A typical popular person.
Yeah, a typical popular person who might occupy 2 or 3 rooms, right? I mean...
So you're looking for like 100% occupancy,
Yeah.
all rooms being used simultaneously,
Yes.
whether it's for one person or 4 different people.
Right.
Just all
Yes,
used
yeah, it's true, because there's
simultaneously.
often
Yeah.
simultaneous funerals going on, right? Okay, thank you.
How much time would you need to do this work?
3 weeks.
We did ask for speakers.
Yeah, you
Did
need,
already.
probably need a little
1,
more
2,
time, but
3.
anyway.
I'll give you 4 weeks, maybe?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, April 3rd. Well, that might be April 23rd. April 26th? Or would you rather April 30th?
Yeah.
Okay, so submission date of April 30th for an April 10th for an April 30th hearing. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 11, 271-09BZ, 132-40 Metropolitan Avenue, Queens. This item is postponed, I believe?
Yes.
Postponed to
Yeah.
March 19th.
Appeals calendar, continued hearings. Item number 12, 2017-316A, 95 Andervet Street, Staten Island. Actually, I don't think for appeals you have to
No, it's an
sign that.
appeal.
Yeah.
Finally got that one right.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. So from review session, we did have a representative there. I know there were a couple of questions raised. First, I believe we're waiting on the fire department letter for this site.
Yeah. Yes, still waiting. Mhm.
I don't know.
Sorry.
We understand. We don't anticipate there'll be any objections due to the nature of the use of the site and the fact that there's a 30 by 30 frontage between the parking and the building, but should any issues be raised, we can respond to them. But as I said, we're not anticipating any questions. I believe there was also, did you want to speak to that? or-
Yeah.
Okay.
I apologize, John Daly Fire Department. I just received an email from our city planning unit. They have no objection to this application.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And we'll make a formal submission to the board. Thank you.
Great.
Todd Dale again, I'm glad my prediction was correct.
You predict?
Play the lottery today.
So there we go.
Exactly.
So, and I know there was also a question recently, some of the discussion that's come up with the CCO streets. We didn't submit this. I will just pass these up here. We can submit them to the record as needed, but here's some handouts from the actual Department of Transportation website. And the first page is just a general page, but then there's some date information on the subsequent pages. But in 2011 and 2013, the city repaved both of these streets, and they also reconstructed the streets at the same time. We had also submitted to the record the fact that a local law was passed dedicating that intersection.
Yeah, we saw
you know,
that. Yeah, yeah.
You saw that information. Okay, I just
Yeah,
want to make that sure. So, you know, I understand that there are still questions that have been raised about the CCO and the maintenance, but, you know, we would present that this has regularly been maintained by the city, and in this particular instance, you know, the city, by passing the local law for the dedication, I think shows an intent for future, you know,
Right.
review.
But when you
maintenance.
say dedication, I just want to be clear, it's assigning a name in honor of someone, right?
Sure,
As
sure.
opposed to a dedication, which means the city now owns the street, right?
Yes, to clarify for the record, that's what it is. But I would say that the dedication of naming the street, I think, shows an intent by the city that they recognize that this is, that Kreischer and Andrevet are streets that are in public use as corresponds to the CCO opinions, and the fact that the city, you know, in short, I don't believe they would dedicate this if there wasn't an intent by the city to continue to maintain this particular intersection. So I know the questions have been raised on the case that's upcoming next. There was a question about the restrictive declaration. So, you know, we could file a declaration, but we believe in this particular instance, because of the nature that, you know.
So I think kind of for consistency's sake, and
Okay.
so, because you've already created, I don't know if it was you or our council or a combination, created sort of this now kind of like a template for this kind of restrictive deck that's just a warning to the owner that says, right now, the city seems to be taking care of everything, but just be aware in the future that the city may decide to absolve or responsibility, if that's the right word. So I just think as a formality for all of these CCO streets, we should just, for all the CCOs where you've got a lot of activity already going on the street, it's really just kind of a notice to a property owner that they shouldn't, let's see, be,
surprised?
yes, they shouldn't be relying on the city all the time, or shouldn't be surprised if one day they call DOT and DOT says, "Just plow your own street."
Understood. I would say, just 2 points to that. One, we didn't submit declarations for this. We could. I believe we'll get to this discussion in the next matter,
Yes.
but I believe it's still under review, and we can formalize those declarations, but
Right.
we can use that as a jumping off point for those declarations.
Okay.
The second point I would just make, and I don't know, I mean, I can reach out to the board, the council. I know that there was some discussion with the corporate council office about the city's maintenance. I don't know if they submitted any information about this, because as we, you know, as we move forward, obviously, we're involved with a lot of these applications, and if there is that information that we could review, we'd like to review and sort of work out the pattern. So, but if it was just a comment and there was nothing formally submitted.
It was a conversation, and it wasn't about a particular site.
Okay, all right, I was just curious, because
Yeah, sure.
we like to read, so, you know, there was something with that.
And, you know, to the extent that you could somehow, with your various clients, persuade the city that it should take a more formal position on these CCO streets, obviously,
We
this would
agree.
help everybody. But at the moment, all we do is call them and they say, sorry, love to help you, but there isn't anything.
Understood. And that's part of the reason that we were asking for that, is that looking forward, you know, more
Right.
formal presentation, I think, would benefit both the board and
Right.
and
And
property
I
owners.
believe the wording on the restrictive deck that you drafted for this next one says that in the event the city takes it over, the deck is canceled,
Right.
right? So it's a self-terminating declaration.
Okay, so in that, I don't know if there were other questions that were raised, but if the declarations are the only outstanding item for this, we could draft them fairly quickly upon confirmation, you know, in discussion with the council, if there are any issues with the Herbert ones that we submitted. So
Right,
time frame,
yeah.
our turnaround would be very quick for those draft declarations pending any issues with the Herbert ones. So I don't know time-wise.
So let me ask you a question just in terms of how this works. This is really a question to our council. What if we closed this and voted on this on condition that a restrictive declaration that does what we say is executed prior to the release of our resolution? Could we do that?
Commissioner Shimetta has a.
I would object to it only because I think we should review, we should be able to review it first, so if any changes can be made, and also because I didn't find a hardship statement in the application.
I thought that there was a hardship
I
statement
thought
in the
there was
statement.
too, and I looked through it again. I thought there
It's in the
was.
statement of facts.
I
thought it was in the
thought that
statement of facts.
I think you might be thinking of the other one. I just looked through it.
No, it's on the bottom of page 2, but it's
On
not.
the
like
bottom of
very-
page 2, there's a brief statement regarding
It's a brief
hardship.
statement.
Let me
I
go-
mean, this is a one,
I'm not saying there's going to be, I suspect, a
Right.
large issue on hardship here.
I'm trying to find a copy
And-
of.
okay. All right, so we can close, but
Pending
pending the
submission.
submission.
and
Okay.
review.
Okay, are there any speakers on this? Did I ask that already? Okay.
Should he submit a hardship statement then?
Yeah, is Commissioner
How's this?
Shibata satisfied?
If the board is fine with this, I can submit the declarations and we can review the current statement, and if it needs to be supplemented, we could submit a revised statement.
I can review this now if it.
Okay.
Okay, but we're gonna
But while
close.
you're, well, I was going to suggest that we,
I think we can close, and I'm okay with closing.
but I wanted to talk about the schedule.
Yeah, yeah.
Since it's mostly for us to review the restrictive declaration, when can you submit?
If you're happy with the one we submitted for Herbert, with
I-
that
I
format?
honest- I
You
haven't
haven't had a
looked
chance?
at it,
Okay, so
actually.
how's this? I could say this week, we could submit a restrictive declaration in the same format as the Herbert declaration, with the assumption that it will satisfy concerns.
Well, I can
And if
certainly
something comes up, then we could do
You'll
it.
update.
But we could, how's this? If that's all that we need to submit, we could submit by Friday.
So let's just say there's 2 turnaround periods. There's one for, they're gonna submit, you'll review, you have comments.
Yeah, but if it's just piggybacking off of Herbert, it's just a matter of me reviewing Herbert, giving you comments, and then turning both of them over, rather than the back and forth, it kind of
Yeah, yeah.
parallel tracks with
Right.
Herbert and Andrevet.
Once we get one, we'll get the other.
Yes, right, I'll review Herbert, which is coming up next, and I'll get you comments, and then you can do both at the same time.
Okay.
Just to cut
So
back.
if
But,
the board, as far as schedule, we could submit by Friday. We could also, how's this? I don't know when the hearings are. I think there's a hearing March 19th, but is there one after that?
Yeah, March 19th wouldn't be possible for me to review, but March 26th would be fine for me.
Oh, how many are?
There are 26.
Okay.
March
So if we
6th,
set
there are
this
Sure,
23.
March is.
For a decision,
tough month.
assuming
Sure
it
about
closed?
that?
It's just one
Okay.
restrictive declaration. I think it's okay.
Okay,
So it would be the decision March 26th, and we'll get the submission into you as soon as possible.
yes.
Okay.
And the response to the Herbert comment.
Back and forth, yes.
Right, okay. Okay.
Okay. You have to vote to,
Oh, yeah, for a motion to close?
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shibata.
All right.
And Fire Department will also submit into the record their comment. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Okay, so submit by Friday, decision March 26th.
March 26th.
Yes.
Item number 13, 2018-23A through 2018-24A, 2931 Herbert Street, Staten Island.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. I know there were a few questions raised at review session. First, with respect, the Borough President had submitted some additional items. We didn't have a chance to get those in time to submit in a letter, but I think there were 2 comments. I can speak to those items now. The first is, with respect to the first question, I think the Borough President clearly states that Seguin Avenue is a final map street, so I'm not quite sure where the confusion comes from there. I think that there is a comment here. As best as I can understand, they're speaking to the fact that for the lot that is at the corner, which is not subject to this application, but there is a portion of map Seguin on Lot 1 that is showing on the map, and they raise concerns that in some other instances, there's been a case where traveling over privately owned portions of map streets has been an issue. I would say in this case, it won't be an issue because Herbert has a CCO issued. The portion of the privately owned map street of Seguin does not intersect Herbert. Herbert CCO indicates that it's public and open to the public and is in use. So though I understand what the Borough President is raising, or the Borough President's office is raising about these privately owned portions of unopened map streets, that is inapplicable in this instance because there is no such area within Herbert which has the CCO issue. So I don't think it applies to the situation. The second point.
Just a recommendation, because But this is not it's not really related to our application because it's on Seguin or Seguin, however it's
Right.
pronounced. But maybe a written response to the borough president's concerns, just so they can see that so they're concerned about the future of this mapped, untitled street, right? That's what, so your response to them saying, not to worry for the following reasons, is at least tying up their concern.
They may not watch the video.
They won't, right.
That's
so-
fine, but I guess
And this isn't related to this case, but it is related, as you know, the borough president is very involved in these cases. That's why they write so many
We are
comments.
aware.
Yes, we know you're aware. So I'm just suggesting that to sort of, for a comfort level, that you yourself
I understand.
or your client say
but
submits
in
a
this
letter.
instance, it's a final map street. This is, so
I know.
I don't.
It's just a suggestion, it's not really related
That's
to
fine,
this
I understand,
application.
and if we have to submit something, we would, but I just, at this point, we endeavor to respond when they're presented to us. To be blunt, I'm very confused by that first point.
Me too.
And so.
But you seem to
I
have
don't know-
understood it in your explanation, that's why I...
Well, that was my interpretation. So all I can say is Seguin is mapped, Herbert has a CCO opinion, and that there is absolutely no portion of a privately owned portion of a map street that's being intersected by the two subject lots here. We will take that
Okay.
under advisement as far as a response.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
The next point about the pavement for Herbert Street being substandard, there's a number of different things at this point. The first thing I would note is that we had submitted to the record that the city paved Herbert Street in 2011. So if there is substandard pavement, I would turn the camera back to the city. The question here, when he raised a question about the paved roadway to a 34 feet minimum and a 9-foot wide commercial sidewalk, I think this goes to some of the other points that were raised. We did submit an approved builder's pavement plan. And the builder's pavement plan, just so to clarify, Herbert Street is a 50-foot record street. The builder's pavement plan that was approved through DOB and Department of Transportation calls for a 10-foot sidewalk, actually, in front of our property, which matches the approved BPP next to it. And so that 10-foot sidewalk, assuming that there's an 8 or a 10-foot sidewalk on the other side, I didn't actually measure, but there is an existing sidewalk across from our properties, that would mean that the maximum of Herbert could be 30 feet or 32 feet anyway. So I understand the concern. Yeah, curb to curb, right, which I believe is what they're referencing there. So that's, as far as measurements. But the short answer is that we agree a builder's pavement plan should address the street improvements, and we obtained the builder's pavement plan. With respect to the cross-access easement, 2 points. There is no connection right now between the two lots, but that's also permitted because the cross-access easement requirement, we don't reach the minimum threshold of parking spots for this lot. I think it's 26 is the total amount. I forget what the exact amount is, but the provision in the zoning resolution for the required cross-access easement is not triggered by this particular proposal. There was a question about...
I have a question about that. I didn't really understand their request for cross-access easement anyway. Aren't these two lots remaining on one tax lot, or remaining in common ownership somehow?
What's going forward is there's going to be, these two are going to be separate tax lots, but they're one zoning lot.
Right.
So it's two tax lots, one zoning lot. So the cross-access easement would be that the provision would be, since there is, this zoning lot would be adjacent to zoning lot number 1, that there is a requirement, I forget the exact section off the top of my head, but the cross-access easement provision says that when you have these lots over a certain size and they're adjacent, you're required to provide the easement because they wanted to minimize traffic on the street. But the minimum number of parking spots that triggers that cross-access is not triggered by this particular zoning lot. It's under the threshold. Okay, so that's where the question came up.
Okay.
There was a question also, he made a comment in this second point also about curb cuts on adjoining properties. It says no other curb cuts should be permitted. I would say that the builder's pavement plan to the east already has been approved with a curb cut, and there is an existing curb cut on lot 1. So
That's really DOT and
it's a DOT
DOB's
issue, but
department.
those curb cuts are already there. We'd agree that no more curb cuts should be added beyond the 2 that are already shown, but they've already been there and approved. So I think that that responds to the second point. There were a number of different things that were thrown into there.
Yeah, and it's true, a lot of this is really DOT and DOT's department, right? Okay.
And we agree, and we just would say that there is the approved builder's pavement plan. So I think that addresses the builder's pavement plan question. And then I think then there was also a question raised, just to clarify, the lots that are before the board are lots 104 and 105.
Understood.
And the builder's pavement plan that we're proposing actually will increase. If you look at the actual survey of Herbert paved, it is actually at a significant width at the mouth of Herbert and Seguin, and the area where it narrows is actually in front of our particular lot. And the approved builder's pavement plan would call for an increase in the paved width of Herbert Street in front of our site.
Right.
So it is actually, as a net result, increasing the paved width of Herbert Street, and the sidewalks are being proposed would match the sidewalks across the way. So.
Right, but so that's the sidewalks across as opposed to adjacent. My concern about this is because your owner is the owner of Lot 1, the remaining Lot 1, that the pavement plan could make clear that eventually when Lot 1 is developed, the depth of that sidewalk will match all the way across, and then you'll have a consistent width of Herbert, which you don't have at the moment because it's showing it going in and out.
And I would
right?
say, at this point, that if and when Lot 1 is developed along there, that the expectation is that DOT would approve a builder's pavement plan that would match up with our current sidewalk. Right now, our proposal matches up with the approved development to the east that shows that consistent 10-foot sidewalk. And, in the future, if there's a development on Lot 1, it would match up. So.
Let me ask you a question, because this is already, as you say, the city came in and paved Herbert badly, right? Is that
Well,
apparently
I'm going to
badly,
say,
according to?
I've been to the site. Pavement looks fine to me,
Okay.
but I don't want
Right, you're not an
to get
expert
into
on
a
pavement.
value judgment with
Yeah,
the
yeah,
borough
okay.
president's office. But it looks. We
Right.
submitted photos showing that it seems like it's good condition. The other thing to
Right.
note is those photos also show there's all sorts of city-maintained parking signs on there too. So.
But my question is this: if the owner is going to the trouble of digging up the road because they are required to, digging up the road bed in front of the subject sites in order to reduce the depth of the sidewalk and then widen the road, why not do the same for the frontage of Lot 1 so that now you have a wider Herbert Street? So for fire department access and so on, you actually now have a width that's, because there's places where it's only, well, Seguin finished at 20 feet, right? And Herbert, next
The
down.
width right now at Herbert, the opening at Seguin, is 32.2 feet. Okay?
Okay.
And the arrows there. So I understand what you're
Oh,
saying.
no, sorry, the sub to Herbert goes down to only 20 feet at parts.
In the back,
in the
however,
narrow part,
there is, I don't have the plans for me for the lot that's immediately adjacent to us to the east, but that is, they're doing a significant widening also. So the portion to the east of this site is going to be a eventual paved width between 30 and 32 feet. I don't know the
To
exact
the
sidewalk.
east being Lot 1, or the east?
No, to the
is
east,
other way?
the-
Oh, but that's the other way, where this access is from Seguin.
But to Lot 1, the distance there, that width there is 32 feet to where ours is going to be 33 feet. So it is going to be pretty much a consistent 32
No, it
feet.
isn't consistent, because that's the point, is it starts to neck down to 20 feet, like at about the middle of Lot 1, that's not part of the subject. So my request is that the builder's pavement plan be modified, and we talked about this at the last hearing, and it wasn't done, which is simply modify the BPP to show the continuity of the sidewalk in front of Lot 1, so that that work will eventually ensure that Seguin is retained at the clear 30, whatever feet that is, 32 feet.
I understand what you're saying, and I brought it up to the project architect, and he said that the builder's pavement plan that they shows the extent of the pavement that would be required for these particular lots, and that they wouldn't show any theoretical sidewalk there, that Department of Transportation might have a plan, but they don't want to show any theoretical sidewalk there, because at this point, those lots no application was filed at DOB on Lot 1, there's no application that's there, and that in order to include that, then DOB or DOT would require that they file another application in order to
But perhaps, are you asking that they revise the BPP and have it approved by DOB or DOT, or would you want that just for our approved plan set? 'Cause I think what I'm hearing is that it'd be difficult to go to DOB and DOT.
We'd have to
if
file
you
an
just wanna-
application,
Right.
show a development. But what about for purposes, that that's the future, so that in the future we have on record that that Herbert will be widened to 32?
I would say that we'll comply with whatever DOT and DOB says, but since that lot is not part of this application, there's
Yeah.
no application there, it's difficult.
Yeah.
From administrative, we'd have to file, show a development, get the BPP, you go to those steps.
Yeah.
All I can say is, I would say that based upon DOT's approval that's referenced on our BPP, showing the lot to the east and showing our subject lot, I believe that that shows a consistent approach by DOT and DOB that they intend to continue that sidewalk the same way, should Lot 1 be developed in the future.
Also, if I could suggest for the board, it sounds like there's a lot of concern about what will happen in the future and trying to flash warn like future boards as to what the discussion was, but we can certainly include in the resolution discussion about this preference for Lot
Right.
1, which is owned by the same owner at this time, it be improved to provide 32
Right.
width, but it's not a part of the application, and so it's just.
Right.
Right.
I guess I don't see fire department weighing in on this application. So, this is me sort of channeling fire department. You have a roadbed that is very narrow, and fire trucks have to make their way down Seguin, turn onto Herbert, pass by this place where the roadbed's only 20 feet, and then it opens again in front of this site to a more normal width,
I
right?
can quickly respond to that, though.
Yeah.
The instance is, this is not a dead-end street. This goes further and it loops around, so a lot of the concerns, I would defer to the fire department, but a lot of the concerns about, trucks having access, I think it's the ability for maneuverability turning around. In this instance, Herbert continues and it loops around back to the other side if you look at the tax map. So this is not a dead-end street, it doesn't slow down. The width of this street, too, is also comparable to the width of the two, I forget what those are, Florence and Oswald, which are on the other side of Seguin, which are 50-foot record streets. This is very typical for this neighborhood.
What's the nearest map? We actually asked for you to provide that?
Seguin is the nearest map street.
Okay, but it's a...
It's a map street, though.
But so when we ask for that, we're asking for what is the route that a fire truck would take, basically, to get to the site, right? So if you're saying, oh, don't worry about Seguin, it's a narrow street, they'll go the other way?
No, I'm not saying
Then what's
Seguin's
the other
narrow.
way? No, you're saying, that part of Herbert from Seguin is a narrow street, so they'll go the other way.
No, he's not saying.
What's the other way?
He's saying that they would exit. His concern is not about getting the fire truck getting there, it's about getting out.
Right.
That's what he's saying. It has a nice loop that he can come in and come out. It's not really addressing your
But what if
question as to
Seguin
how
is-
about getting
What if
there.
Herbert is parked? It's only 20 feet wide at that spot.
Well, it's 32 feet wide at the entrance, and also,
And
after
it's
our
what?
development, it's going to be
But it
30
goes
to
back
32
in.
feet wide.
No, but you're ignoring the frontage of
At no
Lot 1.
point to our particular lots is it going to be less than 26 feet.
Yeah, but I'm talking about access to your lots. Access to your lots forces passing a portion of Herbert that necks down to 20 feet before it gets
It
to the
does
site.
not neck down to 20 feet
Yes,
at
it
any
does.
point no. The minimum is like 26 to 27 feet. At the mouth of Herbert and Seguin is 32.2 feet. After our builder's pavement plan, after we propose that development plan, it will be a width of, again, I don't know the exact width of the sidewalks across the street, but if they're 10 feet, it would be 30 feet. If it's 8 feet, it would be 32 feet. So we're varying between 30 and 32 feet there as far as the access, the one-way access into this.
I don't
So-
see. The curb now is measuring 25.2 feet from curb to curb, directly in front of the subject site.
Right, but that's-
And ditto for the
But-
last, say,
But
third
that
of
is
Lot
not the
1.
measurement that will exist after the development, because the builder's pavement plan clearly shows a widening
No,
of Seguin
only in
us.
front of the subject site. I'm keep talking about Lot 1, not the subject site.
So if we just look at the survey map, what the chair's question is, do you have the survey map in front of you?
This one right here?
Okay.
Sure.
So where there's that number, 212 feet.
All right, I don't have a computer to blow it up, so.
No, I know.
So you
yes,
can point me out here.
So if you turn, I'm very bad with direction. If you turn from your site and you're going down Herbert, and so there is a 23.5 curb cut, and it keeps going further down, and then it gives the total dimension of the property as 212 feet. What would be the depth of Herbert Street at that time,
So,
currently?
all I can
That's
tell you is
really where the concern is.
this where I'm circling right here on the map, Herbert and Seguin, just to clarify, that's the intersection, that's 32.2 feet paved right now.
Well, you keep
Okay?
sitting there.
But if you keep
No, but I'm
going down
saying-
from that.
So at this point right here where our edge is right there,
Which point?
this
Sorry,
point
we
here
can't
is
see.
what you're talking about?
Right, where it says S 63 degree 21 feet 19 inches W, around that, that's where the narrowing is happening?
There's no specific exact measurement there, but based on the extrapolation, I would say that that looks like that's slightly under 30 feet at that point.
No, it's actually measured. It's not changing the dimension, it's measured further down opposite the subject lot at 2520, right? And it basically is 2520.
So opposite the subject lot, you're saying this one right here, 2520?
2520
Right
in
here?
front of the number 39, right? 39 feet wide on your subject site.
I have a suggestion, I don't know if it's possible to do it. Is it, can you have the survey revised to just add the depth of Herbert Street at that location?
I understand what you're saying, but at this point, my question is it what?
What
is
for?
Yeah,
So-
what's the intent of this? Because as far as I know, the fire department's expressed no objection to this particular
Well,
proposal.
this is the part where I don't understand why we don't have fire department comment on this site, and maybe Chief Daly could speak to this, but it's because this is a GCL 36 waiver. So the question is, should we allow access to this site? And my question is, it's down a very narrow street that's not being widened in the place where it's narrow, and the same owner owns the land. Why can't they widen the street?
The answer to John Daly Fire Department, our city planning unit has not had an opportunity to review these plans. They were notified of this March of last year, and I've been following up with them. So I haven't heard any comment yet.
Okay, but if we were to give them sort of a request for an expedite or something like that, would there be a way to get them to look at this?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay,
The Chief of Fire Prevention will talk to them.
okay, all right. So I really would like them to look at this because I don't understand we have an owner who controls the lot, the representative of whom is standing right before us, right? And I don't understand how we expect the frontage of the subject site, which is a little further down, to increase the size of the roadbed, and that's the conditions under which we are considering approval of this GCL 36. But to get to the site, you're driving through this little neck-down portion that's only 5 feet wide, that could have parking on either side. There's no restriction on parking, and there's no nothing, okay?
There's actually no parking signs, so.
Where? On both sides?
Yeah, I can confirm, but we had submitted previously some of the DOT maps, there's no parking signs on Herbert Street, so, that are city enforced. I think they might be available from some of the street views too, photographs that we presented. So, I mean, if the fire department I thought the fire department had weighed in on this, but if we're still waiting for a letter, I understand, and we can respond to those concerns accordingly when it's responded. But, just to note, I mean, you mentioned the fact it's the same owner, but the fact is, this is a separate zoning lot, so any work done on lot
I
one
know.
would be different.
I'm not talking about, but this, when we're talking about one owner, it's a person, right? It's a person who's going to be doing construction on the roadbed and on a sidewalk, and to extend the sidewalk a few feet up is not a major, I'm not saying rebuild the roadbed necessarily, whatever. I don't know what it requires, right? But to extend it up, they're already doing a major development. What's the thing, right? And
I'm
they
not
need
spending that owner's money.
our approval in order to do this.
Right, but the board is reviewing lot 104 and 105. Lot 1 is
Understood.
not under review.
Okay, we've already gone through this, so, all right, so.
So that's
Okay,
fine.
so we're gonna
We'll
wait
wait for the
for
fire
fire
department letter. We would
Uh-huh.
appreciate an expedited response, and you've got my email, and if there are any particular questions, we can we can respond
Lot
respond
one, there's
quickly to
no
that.
104, 105. It's not, 104 and 105 are tentative numbers, it hasn't shown up
Yeah,
yet
it's still
on
on the,
the...
it's still on the tax map as lot 1. yeah.
Well, tax lot and zoning lots are different things. So
No.
their subdivisions have been approved, and those
It
lots do
doesn't
exist
show
in
you up
department
yet on the
buildings.
tax, on the digital tax map.
Sure.
Lots 104 and 105 are not appearing.
tentative
Those
lots.
are RP 602.
Agreed, we don't dispute
lots.
that, but the zoning lots exist, and they've been approved by the Department of Buildings. The subdivisions were approved, and they have bins associated in the building information system.
Right.
So the zoning lots are separate and distinct.
Mm.
And those applications were filed on those two particular zoning lots. So, I mean, how's this? Any work that would need to be done on one, whether it involves what we're discussing or anything on one, would involve a brand-new application, a brand-new filing, new plans would need to be filed, and it's a significant expense, significant time
But-
involved in doing that.
Again, operation and control, right? And how do we make this a safe
I would say
roadway?
that'd be an interesting precedent for the board to start requiring things on lots that weren't before it.
Well, but they're owned by the same owner, so
Right.
it's not a precedent, it's the treatment by the
single and separate
applicant
lots.
as it's, as a separate entity when it's
I
not.
think if you go down to precedent, I think that's, you can get yourself in trouble, especially on a GCL 36 with an adjacent lot that is fronting on a mapped street. So,
On an unmapped street.
well, the.
No, it is
Oh, mapped on six.
The
Fronting on a
adjacent
mapped
lot
street.
owned by the same owner, fronting on a map street, there's case law that
Oh, right.
that takes issue with that. Now, we haven't changed we haven't submitted any statement on where we are on the GCL 36s, but I do think that going down this road is gonna lead to more questions. Lead to a complete different issue. So, at this point, I think that.
Okay.
We're happy to review what the fire department says, and if the fire department has concerns about a particular proposal, we'll respond to those concerns accordingly. If the fire department has no issues, though, then we believe that the BPP that's been approved is satisfactory.
Okay, I hear you. Okay, thank you. All right, did we already set a date?
No, we haven't.
No, okay.
Did you ask for any?
I mean,
Well, the Herbert restrictive deck needs to be turned around, and we need fire department to have a chance, so what do we think?
How long does?
3 weeks.
2 weeks, okay, so give them a month.
3 weeks. I mean, is there any way to set this at the same time as the other one? Underbid? I mean, the only instance is, obviously, I understand the board's concerns, we're not trying to get past it, but with the hope that, you know, spring is coming and construction can start. Obviously, they're anxious. You know, the fire department has had this for a year, and, you know, we're willing to
Right, but
work
so-
with them, but
Frankly, if you were to ask me right now to close this, I would say I don't actually agree with your analysis, and that Lot 1 is in the same ownership as this, and 2 separate zoning lots notwithstanding, the BPP should be amended to show the roadbed increased. So, either you wait for fire department to say that they're not concerned, which they might not say,
Sure.
or you just go ahead and agree to do that, right?
all I'm saying is that with the interest of the possibility the fire department would get back to us sooner if we could schedule this for a next hearing on March 26th.
But that doesn't give them 3 weeks.
But the fire department would be full.
Yeah, I would have no objection to that, to schedule the next hearing for March 26th.
26th,
I will
I mean, the
Oh,
notify
only
the
thing
chief.
is the board schedule. The reason I put the last one on the 26th was that they didn't really involve board review, because I would
Mhm.
just be communicating with you about the declaration, so it's
Right.
it's in light of that, the schedule on that day.
My understanding is that the board review in this would really be tied specifically to the fire department letter.
Okay.
So the understanding is, if the fire department had no objection, I mean, the board might still bring up concerns, but if the fire department had no objection, we'd be willing to stand on it. If the fire department raised concerns, we're going to need to adjourn it
Continue
anyway
anyway.
to respond to that. So
Mhm.
in the possibility that March 26th would resolve those issues,
All right, I'm
we would
okay with
appreciate that.
Okay.
And then we understand it might need to continue further out.
Okay.
Okay, so March 26th. Any submissions? No, there's
No.
it's already there, just waiting
That's
for
it.
fire.
Will be in
department's letter.
discussion as needed. And again, if council determines they need revisions to the restrictive declaration or any concerns, we can submit those in a timely fashion prior to
Yeah, we'll try to
March
follow
26th.
the same Friday schedule.
Sure,
Should-
yeah, exactly. That sounds good.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Zoning calendar, item number 14, 2016-4171BZ, 823 Kent Avenue, Brooklyn. One of you? Yeah, sure. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, to respond honestly to board member questions?
Good afternoon, Fan Baton from Sean Lobel, PC for the applicant. I think we're almost there. We made a submission last night with a revised restrictive declaration.
Which we discussed, and it's fine. I have sign off from me.
Oh, okay.
And I think the only outstanding is DEP. I know that we have a promise date of March 15th. At that time, once back and forth with air quality notes, we will submit a revised plan set that notes the vapor barrier, conditions for hazmat, any other air quality notes and requirements, and the axometric diagram, I think, was a little off on the last submission. It was changed, and I'll just make one full
Okay.
plan
So
submission.
once there's a DEP air quality and noise, you'll put the notes that are required on the plans, right? And my little cut and paste from the hazmat conditional sign-off doesn't show up on my screen right now, but to the extent that those are requirements, if you could put those on the drawings too, if it's affecting the architecture, right? And what else? No parking there's a no parking anytime sign that needs to be shown on the drawing. And I think that was all, right? Anybody else? No, okay.
And we already have all the FDNY comments on the plans, right?
Yes, on the plans and then in the restrictive declaration.
Right, the deck, it actually goes through their comments. So make sure, though, that any additional, because if there were modifications to the deck, anything that might be shown on the plan should be shown on the plan as part of the fire department's requirements. And I just wanted to, and I think we'll clarify for the wording of the conditions with fire department. Because my notes say that prior to permit for the new building, you need sprinkler drawings showing both buildings with the sprinkler in one system. Is that connected? So the idea is that before construction, the back building will have sprinklers off the house system, right?
Off the new house system.
Off the new, wait a minute, prior to construction of the new building,
Right.
the back building needs to have sprinklers installed. Isn't that
No.
off the house main?
It can be off of the new house main for the front building.
Off the new house main?
Yes.
Because my understanding was, because that's what I thought the restrictive deck says, at the end of the story, both buildings will have sprinklers that are connected.
Correct.
If I can just read from the restrictive declaration, it says that prior to issuance of permits for new construction of the proposed building, the declarant will install a sprinkler system in the existing building that uses the existing domestic water line as a water source, and then further down, it says after a sprinkler system is installed in the proposed building, the existing building will connect to and source water from the proposed building sprinkler system.
No objection.
Okay, good, okay. We'll repeat all of that in our conditions.
Sure.
Okay, so I don't want to misquote, okay. All right, so we'll just, okay, and then a fence outside of the property line to be removed prior to permit also was one of them.
Say that one more time?
So, there's this existing 4-foot, this existing fence that's forward of the property line, that's going to be removed prior to permitting, even though there's also a requirement to install like a sidewalk protection, which is a different thing.
Okay.
Okay, great. So we're really just waiting for the air quality and noise sign off, right?
Revised drawings, yeah.
Okay, all right, so.
So the promise date is March 15th. Should we?
It should be a couple of weeks after for submission to change the drawings.
Is there a way that we can do maybe the April 9th hearing, but not a 20-day submission period? If it's just
So
the-
submit sometime after March 20th, for the May 9th, for the April 9th hearing?
Correct.
That's
I
up
don't
to the
know.
board if they're willing to.
If it's just for the DEP.
So.
Because then the hearing after
maybe-
that's the 23rd.
Do you need to see anything anymore?
No, I've already looked at
you're
the
ready.
restrictive
So we're just
declaration.
waiting for the DEP sign. I think that's.
So maybe if there's an April 9th hearing, maybe can you do the submission, you do it the week later, March 27th?
I think that should be, if we get the promised date of March 15th. Yeah.
Right, okay.
And they give you 2 weeks?
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay, so submit on March 27th for the April 9th hearing.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Hungry?
Yeah, I'm running out of battery. We could just do this next one, and shouldn't we take a lunch break, or we wait till 2?
Item number 50, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to check on when our lunch.
It's just in there.
Well, Manson is being adjourned.
Yeah. this
Then
one
you
is-
have Bleecker, and then Highlands adjourned.
I think we should take a break before Bleecker, because that one might go on, right?
Maybe take the other adjournment.
Yeah, this adjournment now.
There's another one.
No, we
after
don't,
Baker.
we don't skip.
No, we shouldn't skip.
Right, okay, so let's just do this one, so, for 180 Mansion, just to, pick a date.
Okay.
2016 4239 BZ, 180 Mansion Avenue, Staten Island.
Todd Dale for the applicant. We are still reviewing, I know just quickly, the board mentioned the fire department letter, which is really the crux of a lot of what's taking
Right.
time to review. If we could submit sometime, we can be very flexible with the board, so I would say late April, early May. I just want to make sure a little time, so just.
Yeah, I love
looking
that.
forward.
End of April, early May. You have some choices. There's an April 17th submission date, there's a May 1st submission date, there's a May 15th submission date.
Let's do May 1st submission, nice and clean.
May
Day.
1st, May 21st hearing.
Thank you.
Thank
Repeat
you.
that again, I'm sorry.
May 1st,
May 1st, May 21st.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to take a 30-minute break, back at 2:05. All right.
Wait, 521 and 5.
Oh, yeah, you can go to your
You know it, because you submitted just now for the very first case. It was submitted at,
What was this?
a minute ago, 2 hours ago. Henry
that?
Euler from Auburndale submitted on Horace Harding, which was case number 1. Based on it, no, but I just did a site visit
take it back your credit card.
today.
Oh, yeah.
Back on the record? Everybody ready?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, item number 16, 2016 4265 BZ, 25 Bleecker Street, Manhattan. Team Becker, let's go. There you go. Raise your right hand. No, be flush. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Good. Sign. Anybody else on your team? No? No?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Frederick A. Becker. We attended the review session yesterday. I have with me Chris Anastos from Murray Engineering. I have Jack Freeman of Financial Services. We know that there were many issues raised by Commissioner Shetta, by others. We are here to make some comments on the record. It seems that the board has come to a potential decision on what they deem is feasible at this point in time. My only question is regards there was discussion about a restrictive declaration. We have had it, we've prepared it, it has been reviewed by Landmarks, they've approved it.
Right.
So what?
So that was something we talked about previously, that we want that declaration recorded prior to the issuance of our resolution.
Okay.
And actually, because we also want notations on the drawings, the simplest way to do that, and the notation would refer to the restrictive deck, the simplest way to do it is to record the deck prior to amending the drawing, so at least we have the execution and the CRFN number.
Well-
And that way, that's all taken care of in advance of us voting on this.
My only concern with that, and this is a sort of a chicken and egg situation that we have with city planning applications as well, where we have 74-711 in the restrictive declaration, is that typically it's done where once the case is granted, if it is to be granted, then we record, then we get the recording information, then they issue their letter of approval. I am reluctant, I don't want to presume that the board is going to approve this, and therefore I'm reluctant to record it prior to a BSA vote that would, then I'd have to unrecord something that is no longer appropriate. I mean, that's my concern. I don't mind having if the board is to grant this, I don't mind recording it subsequent to a grant, hold the resolution until we get the CRFM number, and then issue the resolution with the CRFN number.
Right, no, I think that's fine.
I understand it, but then we can't refer to anything specific about the deck on the drawings. And one of the reasons that we want it on the drawings is because we've had another case where there was an LPC stipulation, the work goes ahead, DOB issues permits, and the LPC work was never done. So without having the DOB particularly alerted to the requirement for the LPC work, though often, unfortunately, work goes ahead without LPCs.
Well, what if instead of putting the recordation date of the restrictive declaration, we put the precise conditions of LPC that we're worried about enforcing? Because even if you're just putting the date of the restrictive declaration, you're making the plan examiner go look up an RD that's filed somewhere else.
The plans that we do with city planning never have the CRFM number on them because they are voted on prior to the recording. So I understand the board's concern. I'm not disagreeing with the concern, but I'm just giving you.
All right, so why don't, the deck is pretty long, but so in other words, have the architect take all of the requirements, take the restrictive deck and put it on a page of the drawings. That will become a part of the set that the board approves. That way, the restrictive deck is right there, as Monroe said. The deck is right there in front of the DOB examiner, and they know what the terms of the deck are.
The deck is around 19 pages long.
Well, there's terms of the deck, right?
What we could do is there is a page or a page and a half, I don't quite remember at this point, which says that you will do A, B, C, D.
Yes.
And that we can put the condition, not the boilerplate of you'll notify
Right.
this one, that one, and force majeure and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
There's
So
a
we
page with
can put the
terms,
page with conditions
With the
as an
LPC.
attachment to the BSA
Right.
plans, and we can counter-reference the recorded,
Right.
the restrictive declaration so that they will see it that way.
Okay.
That addresses
Okay.
my issue.
Okay.
Before the engineer speaks and Mr. Nasas, yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure we need testimony
I just would
anymore
like to
for
get
the
some, I would like to
engineer.
get it on the, it's not a counter testimony, it's just for the record, we would appreciate it.
But just to be clear, I don't know that it's relevant to the record anymore. Our expert has reviewed the submission, and I don't want more back and forth with battle of the experts. That's what I said yesterday. And we made clear that in terms of the financials, that the hardship quantities seem to support the waiver of use and not the rear yard waiver, and just leave it at that. I don't think in the record having more back and forth, which will end up, by the way, being a back and forth between one expert engineer and another expert engineer, and I don't want to have it anymore. We've already gone through this too many times. You have a submission by the engineer that's been read by both our engineer and other members of the board. I don't see the purpose, and I don't want to extend the review.
The issue, we're not looking to counter Commissioner Shetta on his methodology and his expertise. We're not looking for a back and forth. We just want to acknowledge what was said, make one brief comment. It is not a back and forth situation. It would be appropriate to be on the record just to explain the situation fully. It's not, it will be
We don't need any more explanation.
Just to be clear, I did not apply any methodology from my side to this application that's out of norm. And By the way, I forgot to mention yesterday that it's not just the cellar height that was considered, it's not the quantities that were calculated based on the submitted drawings. In addition to this, I considered the underpinning plus the SOE, the underpinning underneath the buildings, the SOE outside that, on the street and on the back, and I believe one of the two sides, the building doesn't cover the entire property line, it's partially covering. So I took the other part and applied SOE to that. The only thing I did change are the pricing. I did ask for feedback on the pricing 3 hearings ago. And for the 3rd hearing, all what I got is we tried to get the pricing, but the construction management asked for clarifications, or I did ask the construction management to provide me with clarifications, and we're gonna submit pricing prior to the hearing or by the hearing.
But again, I don't want to get into any more
Yes.
detail about the engineering, and I respect very much that the engineer came to the hearing. I know it's a lot of trouble to come away from the office and so on, but I don't want to prolong any more discussions about the financials or the engineering, and the direction is simply submit to us the drawings that have a compliant rear yard, and the board is willing to vote on the change in use, and that's it. I really don't want to have...
The engineering has nothing to do with the pricing.
You're right, so I think we're finished with this. I really don't want to go on with this, so please, what? We can, I think we can close based on the assumption, I think so.
We have drawings to be submitted.
No, so we...
We're closed on the
environmental. We're closed on the environmental, so, and we know what we're expecting, which is a 19-foot rear yard with, I'm assuming, the ground floor developed full to the lot line. But that's your option. If it's developed less, then that's less of a, well, it's not even a waiver. There's no waiver, so it doesn't really matter, right? It's just the extent of the use going into the rear lot line, but the use effectively is in that rear, even if it's not built full, because that's the use that has access to the rear, right? So it's not even a modification in the scope of the permitted use, okay? So that's all. And so we just need a complete set of drawings that show the front elevations, the rear elevations, the sides to the extent they're visible, and the sections. That's all.
I think Commissioner Otley Brown had mentioned that we do have the lesser variance with...
No, we have it.
Have it, but we don't have the complete
We
set.
don't have
Not
section
everything.
sets.
We have just the schematic just for exemplary.
Yes,
kind of,
and it
this is
actually
what
says...
It would look like.
It says for
For draft
informational
or, yeah,
purposes
informational.
on all the drawings, and it doesn't have a section, it doesn't have elevation. Okay? All right, so it's just simple, that's just the instruction. And, you know, if your client doesn't want to do that, that's a different thing, but that's where we are.
All right,
Okay.
I said, they sat here for 4 hours each.
Sorry, there's no reason, okay? So,
Can we, if we're going to submit the plans in writing, maybe put anything else in writing, just put it on, can we do that? If we want to say anything, can we have to, the record has, if you're going to close.
Is this regarding engineering? You want to submit regarding
I don't think
engineering?
there's any purpose in it, really. I mean, if it's to continue the battle between who's right and who's not right, it's not relevant.
It's not a matter of, no, that's not the purpose of the discussion. I can't speak to the words that are coming, that Mr. Anastas is going to say. So I can't say that he's saying it right or wrong. We discussed it so that it was not to say right and wrong, that I'm right and he's wrong, or he's right and I'm wrong. So I can't speak to that. Just to let him make the comment if the record is left.
We can't stop you from writing something, but again, I don't know what the purpose of it is, because the direction is clear,
It would make
right?
my client feel better.
Right, and clearly you've had almost a year to convince the board of your case.
I understand.
And the board remains largely unconvinced.
In
So
terms
that-
of the waiver, yes, the
Right.
rear yard issue.
And,
okay,
please, and since we're going to be submitting on engineering, the engineering report submitted to us on page
No,
No,
stop. I
please,
have to
please,
stop.
please,
No,
please,
no,
please.
no
Because
more.
it's not going to be a report.
It's not a
They're saying
report.
No, we're not
it's a
reporting.
No.
statement.
He's gonna submit on the engineering challenging.
No, we're
the
not,
board.
no, we're
No,
not,
no,
we're not,
it's
no,
not.
we're
Okay,
not.
one
We're not.
just-
I got confused.
No,
Okay.
we're not.
Okay.
We're
They're
not.
not-
No, we're not challenging. No, we're not
They're not
challenging.
going to be responding anymore to any of our comments.
We've
That we're
exhausted it.
not requiring them to respond to any of the requirements, any of the comments that we made about the engineering. If they choose to submit something, we can't stop them from submitting. We need drawings submitting, so the record can't be closed. The drawings have to be submitted, and, you know, we can't control what gets submitted along with those
Fine.
drawings.
My
right?
bad.
Okay.
That's all I'm asking.
Great. So how much, oh, sorry, speakers, did you want to?
Yeah, are there any speakers on this? Okay.
How much time? How much time would you need to?
What? How much time do you need? Did you- No. No, not,
We don't need
the
any
architects
further,
I'm
it's
looking
just
at.
the drawings
I'm looking
that
at
we
the-
need
the
submitted.
architects.
Just the drawings.
Oh, we can provide them within approximately 1 week.
Of which, of March 8th, of March 19th?
But March 19th, no, because that one is the 20th, we have the thing there. So there's a lot to review on the
Okay,
20th.
okay, so let's not do that.
Yeah.
It looks like the first available then is April 9th.
Okay.
Submission?
That's
That's-
really heavy.
That's
Oh, it
really
is?
heavy.
This is a very heavy day.
Okay. So April 23rd. That is the submission date of April 3rd.
April 3rd?
Submission April 3rd, Commissioner Otley Brown, April 23rd?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll do April 23rd.
It's just the plans, effectively.
I know, but it's just our calendar is heavy.
We still have to review.
I
what we
understand.
But April 3rd, April 23rd.
And the plan's gonna include this sheet with the notes
The restrictive
that-
declaration
Yeah,
notes,
okay.
yes.
The e-designation, we'll
And
put
the
that, right, on the, we'll
Right.
get that on the plans.
And so,
Okay.
motion.
Yeah, can we make a motion to close this?
Do you want to
Yes,
close this?
Is it all right? Motion to close?
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shibata?
Aye.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 17, 2017-217 BZ 4855 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island.
This was adjourned.
Yeah. They need time about the basement, so this is working with DOB. Oh, maybe someone's here.
You don't need to be sworn in, Frank.
No, it's just about an adjournment.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. As you know, the applicant requested an adjourn date.
Your name for the record.
Sorry.
Sorry, Frank.
Frank St. Jacques,
Thank
Ackerman LLP, I apologize. So the applicant had submitted a request for an adjournment. We understand Lisa Orentia in my office spoke with the architect yesterday. An adjourn date of April 23rd or later will give the architect sufficient time to produce the ZRD.
Do you mind if we give you or later, April 30th?
April 30th works perfectly.
That would be a submission date of April 10th.
Is that okay, April 10th?
That should work.
Because that's only a month and change, right?
My understanding is that those dates will work.
Okay.
Great. Let's do it then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Sandy.
25th.
Item number 18, 2017-222 BZ 200-01 116th Avenue, Queens. Gotta be sworn in. I can do it from there, Sandy. It's all right. You've done?
23rd's here.
Yeah. Okay. No, are you done handing something out?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fine. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
We submitted revised plans.
Your name for the record.
Sandy Anagnostou, representing the applicant. We submitted revised plans, including a bubbled set showing all dimensions in feet and inches. We also forwarded these revised plans to the adjacent property owner of the residence at 203 116th Avenue for their review. that the resident attended the prior hearing. And Madam Chair wanted clarification on why we are proposing to relocate an existing tree on 200th Street.
When you say relocated, it means it's no longer on the site, right? It's paying into a fund, right?
Well, we're asking the Parks Department to review whether we can relocate it or pay into the fund if it has to be removed. And the issue is, right now, the survey shows an existing, 18 feet wide curb cut. It's actually 17 foot 8 inches, and it's shared. This curb cut provides access to the driveway of the adjacent home located at 115-59 200th Street. And if we utilize this curb cut, it results in a skewed driveway. If you look at our site plan on sheet Z002, the driveway is skewed in order for the vehicles to have access and be able to maneuver into the proposed one-car garage and the open parking space on our site. So the building department issued an objection regarding this skewed driveway, and you have a copy there, citing that the center line of each curb cut shall be coincident with the center line of the driveway that it serves, according to section 2563, 632C of the zoning resolution. So in order to solve this problem and have a straight driveway, we're proposing a new curb cut, which will actually be shifted over from the existing shared curb cut, but then the existing tree is in the path of this curb cut. That's why we have to relocate that tree. And the zoning allows us to do that because the residence at 115-59 200th Street was actually constructed prior to 1925 under that NB application 1080825, according to the records, and pursuant to section 52631B, a distance of 18 feet between existing curb cut of the adjacent lot and a new curb cut of 18 feet is not required since this building was built prior to June 30th of 1989. So that's why we're showing what's there, but we actually want to shift it over. We don't like removing the tree. If the Parks Department, once they go to the site and they verify the location of the tree, the diameter is 4 inches, and the condition of the tree, if they decide that we cannot relocate or remove the tree, then they will issue a letter, which we will then submit to buildings, and we will request a reconsideration, and then in our experience, they do approve the skewed driveway. So that would be how we would deal with it at that time.
Okay, thank you for the explanation, helpful. Okay, I don't think we had any other issues, actually. So, are there any speakers on this? So then, thank you for doing that. I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shibata?
All right.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shibata?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 19, 2017-268BZ, 3373 154th Street, Queens. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel PC for the applicant. Good afternoon. I understand from the executive session that the sole remaining issue was with regards to potentially placing additional parking spot in the side yard. I note that the architect had us submit a letter yesterday which essentially discussed the fact that she'd approached the Department of Buildings with regards to this, and they said that they would only permit this one space given the fact that I would be unable to maneuver an additional car out beyond that.
So they were concerned about maneuverability and
Correct.
not wait on the...
Correct.
Okay. I didn't see that letter. Did anybody see that letter?
Yeah, they sent it in.
I think
This
the
morning?
previous
Yeah, because apparently I think the other parking was not legal. You couldn't park in there was a parking issue?
Yeah.
No, I'm just talking about the letter yesterday.
Yeah, was the letter
submitted.
circulated to the commissioners?
It was uploaded, yeah.
I'm happy to show it.
Can you?
Yeah,
Yes,
please, that
please.
just,
Thank you.
because you mentioned it in the record, so we should see it. Okay. Yeah, so it says, the letter is submitted in response from Looning Architecture to the comments raised by the board at the March 4th executive session as per conversations with DOB. Although the applicant can park 2 cars in front of one another in the side yard, only 1 space is considered legal parking in the side yard for community facility use. Additionally, a car cannot be parked in the front yard. The fence that was referred to at the review session is actually a line on the plan that shows the end of the slope. Oh, it's not a fence.
Right.
Okay.
And it's accompanied by a certification. Thank
Yes,
you very much.
what do you know? Thank you.
pleasure.
A certification new as of
last week.
Last week. Thank you.
Okay, of course.
You need this back?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Also, there was a discussion about the community board, and I know that Ms. Matias got additional correspondence with the community board, so.
We
If
received
you're-
it, we received the letter from the community board. We reached back, as we discussed, Madam Chair, we reached back out to the community board to let them know that it appeared that we were ready to vote on this case and that we were not going to hold open the hearing. However, I received a call from the council member of Alone's office inquiring, saying that they reached out to them and, they're aware of the letter and they were wondering,
Okay.
letting
but
us know that they are aware of,
They as in who? Who they?
the council member had
Is
asked
aware.
about the community board, and I explained to the council member that what I explained to the community board is that there were 3, my understanding from what I was expressed to was that there were 3 meetings, land use meetings at the community board. We had not received the community board recommendation. There was some concerns. They submitted a letter to us, which the council member was copied.
But they never told us what the concerns were.
And so we said,
Right.
you've
and-
had this since 2017.
Right.
And that you were aware of the hearing in October, you were notified of the hearing in October. They
Yeah.
were just wondering,
Chair,
is
if
there a
I may.
possibility to keep this open, or?
I just want to add, because, I appreciate community board participation very much, but this application was filed in September of 2017, and it wasn't actually calendared for its first hearing until October of 2018. So that was a year for the community board to do their back and forth, and they issued no opinion letter to us at all. Instead, we got just a few days ago, a letter from the land use chair saying we had concerns, but never telling us what the concerns were. This board has worked with fire department reviewed the application, and this board worked back and forth on reducing the size of the 3rd floor. And so, without knowing what the concerns are, I just don't think it's fair to hold up a decision on an application, which I think has been modified very responsively and respectfully by the applicant.
We have listened to the neighboring residents about their concerns and have asked the applicant to revise the parking utilization study, which they did, and the response has been
Yes, yes, okay. So on that note, with all due respect to the council member and the community board, I would like to make a motion to close. Are there any speakers on this? So I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
And a motion to grant, I don't see any conditions were needed.
No?
the
What?
noise attenuation, the window noise attenuation. That's on the plan.
Those are on the plan. Was there noise attenuation?
There's no
I think the
environmental, right?
applicant was volunteering to
That's close, right?
provide
Yeah.
windows with, that would be.
Yeah.
I
so-
know we noted it on the plan.
It's not, that's what I.
Yeah.
Did they
I
get
don't know,
time?
it's a
Did they say
condition.
when
It's
they
not the
wanted to
same as a
respond to this or no?
DEP environmental
I didn't
condition.
see that.
No
Okay.
conditions.
And
Chair,
by the
just-
way, I don't think of this as the same as, it's not the source of a lot of noise, this particular type of use. Sometimes we do it where we know it's a noisy activity on the inside of a house of worship, but in this case, we know it not to be.
Commissioner?
I was just I was trying to review, did the community board ever set a time that they were planning on responding, or?
No.
They just haven't been responsive?
So they had 3 land use committee meetings, and never once did they bring this forward to the full board, and they never once even issued a committee report, which we often see committee reports when they can't get the full board to decide what to do, right? We didn't even get that.
And we have communicated them like more than one time.
We've reached out to them several times.
Yes, several
And how
times.
do you feel that went before the land review?
I've actually learned from my dealings with Queens Community Board
We
7
actually
not to opine.
Not very well.
So I'll let the record speak
It's
for itself.
closed, it's closed.
Okay.
Are we voting?
So, yeah, we're voting, so a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown? Aye. Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners.
very much.
Thank you.
Item number 20, 2017-270BZ, 1434 Utica Avenue, Brooklyn. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board, and to honestly respond to board member questions? Okay. Let me go call the council member.
Edward Loria, the applicant. I looked at your video of the executive session yesterday, and I see the question was concerning, one question concerning why the area changed from 1,900 to 2,500 square feet. Was because of a misinterpretation of mine that the enabling legislation calculated the amount that you could add based on the area that existed in 1987. And I thought it said the area that existed in 1957. So that allowed me to have 1,900 square feet. Upon reviewing it after discussions, I see that it allows me to have 2,500 square feet because the area in 1987 was much greater, had been increased in area previously. Also, the FAR that I had on my plans, I forgot to correct from the previous FAR based on the previous area added from 1.48 to 1.62. So those were 2 questions that were raised at the executive session.
Okay, well, there were way more questions, but so the first question is, the critical point is, what was the area in December 17th, 1987? We need to know the answer to that question.
4,000 square feet.
Okay, so 4,000 square feet, and the most that you can add is either 45% of that or 2,500 square feet, right?
Right.
So according to, and what you're requesting is?
2,500 square feet.
So the total amount that you're requesting is, the total finished amount when you're done is?
6,500 square feet.
Is that what it says on your drawings, 6,500
Yes.
square feet?
Yes.
Okay. Does that make sense to you, Commissioner Otley Brown?
Yes, the applicant stated that his error was in not correcting the actual FAR number from 1.48 to 1.625, and that was the source of my confusion.
Okay.
Because the numbers didn't add up, so.
That was my mistake.
Yeah, and it's in the statement too, so. if you
Yes, in the
correct
statement
it-
and on the plan.
Yeah, then I would be
Yes.
fine.
Okay, but so we still have this one little threshold problem. Which is, the requirement for this special permit is that such, the use that's being sought has been lawfully located on the zoning lot for 5 years or more. And the use, as we understand it, is not sure if it's a wholesale seller of transmissions, because the fire department, their site visit apparently revealed that it was retail. So we're not sure, maybe it wasn't clear if it was retail, which is a different use group, first of all. But second of all, we don't have any information about whether this use existed for the last 5 years, which is a requirement for the special permit, and you didn't provide anything on that. And we asked you at the last hearing to go through all of the findings for this special permit one at a time and hand us something in writing that goes through the findings. And you didn't do that. You just gave us a set of drawings.
I did submit a revised set of findings
When?
recently, within the last, yeah.
What, you said there was a submission? of findings?
Yeah, it's in.
Brief.
It was submitted, but it may not, it didn't. This is the caramel professor. Now I have to go
It's
back.
brief,
and read
it's
it.
in the revised statement,
February
pages
13th.
6 to 9, right?
Yeah.
February 13th, 2019 folder.
February which?
February 13th, 2019.
13 folder, all right. So then, all right, I don't know because I didn't see it.
I don't remember reading that
It's
exactly.
at the end of the statement, so if you go to page 5 of 9,
Okay.
near the bottom of the page, number 1, the permitted enlargement or extension may be the greater of, and in no event shall the amount of the enlargement or extension exceed 10,000 square feet additional to the floor area occupied in 1987.
But that doesn't answer the use.
Yeah.
Right, but then he does. Then if you go down to page 9, after he lists all the findings, it says, the requested enlargement complies with 73-53B. 1, the proposed additional floor area is 2,500. 2, a completely enclosed building is proposed. 3, applicable performance standards will be complied with. I'm not saying it's full of detail, but it is there.
Is the answer to
But
the
what
chair's
about
question about the
use?
presence of the use at the site for the prior 5 years?
Because that needs to be substantiated.
I did not see that.
No, actually. Oh, wait. C1, the proposed,
Enlargement is meant for storage only and therefore will be of no significance to the dining process.
It mentions it might change a use.
No, it doesn't mention that this use has been there for the last 5
right,
years.
that it doesn't address.
That,
And that was
These
the
are all
thing.
answers to B. We had those answers
This
to B
is-
before.
We posed a specific question
this,
at the
okay.
last hearing.
But, well, okay. Go to page 7, I'm sorry, Commissioner Shabeta, go to page 7 where it says findings. A2 says, this use has been in effect since 1965. Yes, however, it's not the wholesale auto parts. It's been auto repair use that has been there
Correct.
since
Yes.
1965.
That's correct.
And I think, according to the fire department site visit and our compliance officer's site visit, the use that is there currently, it's wholesale auto parts.
Arguably wholesale, because we don't know.
We don't know if
That's
it's
what the
retail.
claim is.
Sale of auto parts, okay,
Yeah,
sale of auto parts, but definitely not auto repair.
Correct.
And so.
There is one lift, apparently, on the drawings. It shows one lift.
Yes, we intend to add, but presently that lift isn't there. We want to put it
Oh.
back. I want to
Okay,
put
so
it
this
back.
is-
So, yeah,
here-
what's the
so
use of
this-
the site? Yeah.
So then the use has not been,
So,
5
so we
years,
just
for the
want to
past
know
5
if this
years.
auto sales of auto parts, has that been there for the last 5 years?
It's been there for at least 4.5 years. Prior to that, it was with automobile.
Okay,
But we're not going to eliminate the auto repair. We want
No,
to
no,
keep
no,
the
you're
auto repair.
We
misunderstanding.
did this on the last hearing date. There needs to be continuous use, the same continuous use for 5 years. That is our threshold, the jurisdictional threshold issue.
It's right, and just to read what it says in the text, okay? That's all we're doing. It says, "The use for which the special permit is being sought." So you're requesting a special permit to enlarge the building to contain a use. What you're telling us is that the use is use group 16D wholesale. So that's the use, right? The use for which such special permit is being sought has been lawfully located on the zoning lot on which the expansion is to occur for 5 years or more. So you need to establish that the use has been there for 5 years or more. And by the way, it needs to be lawful, and I'm not exactly sure how that part works, because this was an approval for automotive repair, use group 17 something, and the proposed use is use group 16, right? So it's a much bigger question than just a statement. Whenever we establish an ongoing use, there's proof that's supplied.
Also, you said you're going to put the auto lift back. So are you proposing to provide auto repair facility?
Transmission repairs as well as the wholesale sales of transmission parts.
Would both of those uses classify as use group 16D?
No.
No.
So the original approval, the standing approval is for a use group 17 auto repair facility, right?
Right.
So we thought we were looking at the enlargement of an auto repair facility until fire department does a site visit, our compliance officer does a site visit, and takes photographs inside, and there's no cars on a lift or anything. Instead, there's shelving with boxes of automobile supplies, right?
Well, it's transmission parts, yes.
Whatever, but so the approved use was for an automobile, a 1957 variance for motor vehicle repair shop, which was extended, allowed to be enlarged in 1963 by 600 square feet. That's what the approved use is.
Because it became a matter of a use permitted as a right with the 1961 zoning resolution. The variance was no longer in effect.
Okay,
at
so
that
then the
time.
variance isn't in effect?
So during the years since 1961, it's been operated as a motor vehicle repair shop, legally in accordance with the C of O. And when my owner bought it, actually 4.5 years ago, he continued the motor vehicle repair shop, but what his main business is transmission repairs. And part of his transmission repairs, he did there, and he also has another facility where he does transmission repairs also. So he said, let me stack my parts here and do some of my repairs here and most of my repairs at the other location. During this period, the lifts kind of disappeared recently, not too long ago, and now he wants to put one back again, but he's still doing automobile transmission repairs, and the uses both were permitted under the zoning. And if each time a change of use occurs, and for a certificate of occupancy, and it's in a different use group, but it's not on the certificate of occupancy, the Department of Buildings doesn't always issue a new C of O, because it would be crazy every time I change from a grocery store to a restaurant.
Well, excuse me,
less than
sir, but you
75
are
people.
required to get a C of O every time you change the use and occupancy of a building. That's what it says in the building code. Right there, one of the early pages of the building code requires an alteration type 1 be filed for a change of use or a change of occupancy, right? And this isn't even staying within the same use group, because you could argue it's within the same use group, maybe you don't have to change. It's going from 17 to 16, so that's a change in the use group.
But my question is it changing, or are you just adding another use on the site?
I'm not sure why this is not 17B.
Well, what really happened is that he bought the
including parts or rebuilding of engines.
Because that's automotive work. So it was 17B is what it was.
Yes.
Now, it's a sales play, wholesale sales. When you look at the photographs, there's shelves with parts on it for sale, small boxes of parts, right? Which is described on the drawings as 16D. So that's the proposed use or the existing use. So what you need to do, Mr. Loria, because it's really, if we don't have the findings, we don't have the findings, you need to establish that the use has been consistent for the last 5 years. And the way of doing that is to ask the owner to provide documentation that they've been operating as this transmission parts wholesale sales business for the last 5 years. They must have records that establish that.
The catch-22 is, he's been there 4 years and 8 months.
So perhaps the application is premature.
I
Maybe
think
perhaps
that's
we have an adjournment for the next 4 months.
That's
so
right.
We can establish that
Yes.
he's been there for 5 years.
I think that's what we have to do.
Wouldn't the jurisdictional threshold have to be at the time of filing?
You can file in advance in anticipation.
No, it says,
Right.
no, it says the use, let's see, what does it say in here? And all, the board may modify the uses of a conformity, provided that such use is not subject, the use for which such special permit is being sought, it's not, it doesn't say on the date of application, so it just says the use for which the permit is being sought
Okay.
was in existence for 5 years or more. So I'd say, at the very least, we've got a premature application.
Yes.
But we can't go on your say-so, because.
No, no, no,
Which
I'll
means-
submit,
Right?
And how does this affect what he is proposing? Because if he's got 4.5 years as a wholesale seller of transmission parts, and soon to have 5 years, then that's abandoned the auto repair use that he's seeking to propose back in there. So that won't be able to be
That's an
proposed.
as-of-right
will
use,
it?
though.
But this is an M11 now.
Oh, so
Isn't-
he can just put it in there
Yeah.
after, so it
So
won't be part of the
17.
application?
Right, so 17 is an allowed use in an M11. So the variance is kind of just an
not
old
a-
story, it's not relevant anymore, right? There was no enlargement due to
No.
a variance.
No.
That's why they're here, they need, the special permit is to allow the
To allow the
enlargement,
expansion.
right?
But you raise an interesting question. If we're approving an enlargement of use group 16D, but it's also going to be use group 17, I guess the question is, what is it that we're enlarging? Are we enlarging the use group 17 use? or the use
No,
group
they're asking
16D?
for the 16D enlargement, and it says the use for which the permit is sought, it was located on a zoning lot or a portion thereof for 5
Oh,
years
okay.
or more.
Okay,
So
okay.
you can,
So that covers
the
it.
enlargement of the 16D is what they're after, they want more
Yes.
storage area to sell.
Got it.
That's right.
Okay,
So I'll have to find out exactly when he bought the property and converted it, and submit that proof to you.
no, you have
When
to
he
tell us,
established-
you have to give us documentation that they've been operating with this use group 16D use
Right.
for what will ultimately
5 years.
amount to 5 years. So the way they do that is they show, I don't know, receipts,
Delivery.
deliveries,
Invoices.
invoices, things like that,
He has all
right?
that. We'll submit that.
Pictures, if available.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right then.
Sorry.
So, because we, are there any speakers on this? Okay, so we certainly need to make this be 5 years,
So that would,
like 6 months from now or something.
wait, so March, April, May, June. How about a June 5th submission? That's in 4 months.
Would that make it, does that end up
He
being
says-
5 years?
I think that'll work, yes.
Should we give you a little more time to make sure it's 5 years?
Yeah, let's have a little bit more
Yeah,
time.
no one wants
Yeah,
to come
so
here
no,
more than
no,
they have
so
to.
have it September. That way it's clean.
Yeah, there's no question.
Yeah, okay, so let's just say September. That way we know we've got, we think,
Plenty of time.
right,
For a hearing?
yeah.
Okay, so that would be a submission in August 21st for a hearing September 10th.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 21, 2018-3BZ, 154-160 West 124th Street, Manhattan. This is administratively adjourned.
Yeah, this was adjourned.
Okay.
Mount Sinai, so perhaps they need.
I'm thinking we need a long
A
time.
lot
The
of
last time
time.
was this.
It was also adjourned on December 4th.
Right. Last time we heard them was September, right? I'd say give them summer.
Do you want to put them on the same
Yeah,
same
let's just
calendar?
put them on September.
Okay, so
Yeah.
submission August 21st, hearing September 10th.
'Cause they didn't
Happy
even tell
anniversary.
us when, yeah, exactly. Oh, good point. Happy anniversary.
Okay.
Item number 22, 2018-98 BZ, 160-10 Cross Bay Boulevard, Queens. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Frank St. Jacques Ackerman, LLP, for the applicant. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. We attended yesterday's review session, and with respect to the issue related to the district boundary of the C22 overlay, we'd like to do some more research, evaluate our options, and respond in writing to that point.
And I would like to recommend that you speak with staff about this, because there may be approaches that staff has had experience with. So please reach out to Carlo, to our executive director.
Great, will do. I think that will be something we'll definitely do. And with respect to the community board's recommendation for approval conditioned on providing attended parking, we're also looking into that issue and potential operational changes. We just want to note that we prepared a parking utilization study based on data from comparable gyms, which found that the comparable Planet Fitness locations, which are similarly situated, that's been submitted to the board.
Isn't that the same one that was submitted to the community board?
Correct, yeah.
Yes,
So
we've seen it. We talked
Understood.
about it yesterday.
Right, so I just, I wanted to note that that is in the record. The two takeaways from that study are that the gym, again, based on these comparable sites, wouldn't result in an overage on the 148 spaces at the site, and that it also determined that there's ample metered street parking available during peak hours between 50 and 97 spaces when that was examined. So again, we'll continue to look at that.
But I have a question about that. That the utilization rates and so on showed there was enough room among the 148 spaces, of course, but did it take into account utilization of the other retail spaces on the shopping center site, right? Which obviously is sharing the 148 spaces.
Right, so, actually Jim Heineman from Equity is here to answer any specific questions today, but it was a comprehensive study of the lot usage. It was basically based on counts of the cars using the lot. I think to answer your question, it didn't specifically look at what the utilization for the Rite Aid or the Chipotle at the site. It just looked at the number of cars coming in and out of the lot, and during a full day, and then focusing specifically on the peak hours.
Right, but so I think that was the problem the community board had with it, saying that the retail was not fully rented. So a proper study would have looked at projected utilization rates for a fully occupied retail establishment, as opposed to just however much, I don't know how much these two uses take up of the retail, but it needs to be fully occupied retail and projected utilization rates based on whatever that is. So you can't do a car count if half the shopping center is empty, right? Or whatever it is. I actually don't know what the field conditions are, but that's what the community board said.
Okay,
Right.
so we'll have a look at that. I will just say that we're not aware of the projected tenancy of any plans for those vacant spaces, so.
But they are vacant is the point. So-
Correct.
So
Right.
you could, so when you just do a car count where there's vacant retail, then you're not representing the actual utilization of the parking lot, right? So you're assuming, oh, we have 148 spaces to play with, but you're not looking at full utilization by all of occupied retail, and you're not even making a projection that you're assuming, okay, there's already, let's say, a drugstore, the next thing might be a clothing store or something like that, and each one, retail has some kind of projected utilization rate that should have been figured in and wasn't, so it's not really an accurate study. Right?
So we'll have a closer look at that. I just, my point being that the study represents the current conditions, and we're not sure what that tendency will be, so we'll have to work with the parking consultant to determine what makes for a conservative analysis.
I just had 2 points quickly on that. One was that the parking lot, I imagine, was, the number of parking spaces required for this shopping mall was arrived at by looking at the floor area or floor space of all of the units or establishments in that mall, correct? So it's not like they're actually for a parking reduction?
No, I think it has more to do with this because actually this is a 1965 development.
Oh, so
actually, I don't know. The subject building is a 1965 building. Then the other building on the zoning lot, I have no idea when that was developed. So the zoning regulations in 1965 were whatever they were. And I don't know if the other building was built in 65 or whether it was built subsequent to that, but the zoning regulations were whatever they were for that building.
So it may just be that the parking on the site may not comply with today's requirement if this building does.
Correct. So, but when we look at it as if, that's what I just, if you just did the math based on the current parking requirements for this use, you get 62 spaces are required, which obviously, when you just look at 148 spaces on a lot, there's plenty of room for 62, but that's not taking into account any other utilization by any other retailer. So I don't know what would have been or is required for those others. So we can't tell whether it sort of complies with zoning, which kind of ends the conversation.
Right, it might be useful for Mr. Saint-Jacques to look at those vacant tenancies and see what zoning would require for them for parking, and if your parking lot provides adequate parking for all of those tenancies, why go any further?
So I'll submit in writing, but as part of, the initial variance on the site that allows the commercial parking in the residential district, our office handled a letter of substantial compliance request, which was granted to allow the second floor enlargement where the gym is currently located. In those papers, we spelled out with specificity what the parking regulations are, the zoning requirement for parking is. I'll resubmit that with these materials, with respect to the materials for this application, but I'll respond fully in writing.
Okay, but so there was a variance to allow parking in the residential district that's accessory to this building, right? Is that right?
Correct.
And then there must have also been a variance to allow parking with respect to the other building that's on the zoning lot?
No, it's a single variance that covered the entirety of the zoning lot.
That covered the entire thing?
Correct.
Okay. So there must be parking calculations and all of that for that submission, right?
There is, and then in the underlying record for that variance, it's 1045-67-BZ.
Sorry,
1045-67-BZ. And then specifically with respect to a letter of substantial compliance request issued in about 2016. And I can actually...
But that special permit that LSC was simply to allow the enlargement of the existing building, right?
Correct.
So that's the LSC, because the variance because the LSC request didn't go to the variance. That's why an LSC would have been issued, right? The variance was to allow parking that's accessory to the commercial use in an R district. You didn't ask to increase the amount of parking in the R district, right?
Correct. So and I can explain further. The LSC allowed the enlargement of the building where basically it replaced a mezzanine in that building with an enlarged vertical enlargement. That LSC application had to specify what the zoning requirement for parking is. My understanding, and I'll submit this in writing, is that zoning previously and would require 148 spaces for all the uses on the zoning lot. 61 or 62 of which are attributed to the PCE floor, the PCE use. But the zoning requires 148 spaces. And that's...
So the PCE has a different parking requirement than, I believe, than standard retail. I don't know if it's category B
Well, we're calculating this at 1 per 300
it
square
is,
feet.
okay.
PCSB.
So there's, again, in the materials for the letter of substantial compliance, there's a breakdown of by lot, lot 6 and lot 20 are the two tax lots within the single zoning lot that is affected by the variance. And the parking calculation for all of the floor area on the zoning lot results in a parking requirement of 148 spaces.
Based on 1 per 300?
Correct.
Okay, so 1 per 300 was
For the
figured for
entire-
everything.
Correct. So the point being that we're meeting not only the requirements for the, sorry, let me take a step back. We're meeting the zoning requirement for parking, as well as, obviously, this application is not subject to seeker, but we've shown that there wouldn't be a parking impact based on the study we've done.
Okay, okay.
I
So,
had-
go ahead.
I had a question, and that's a little bit of a clarification. The original plan that was submitted as part of the last submission, when I look at this layout of that, and currently it seems the ground floor was also enlarged at some point from 1965, because mostly the enlargement seemed to have happened along the Crossway Boulevard. And my reason for asking that question is, did that require additional parking, or was that factored? It would have. And how was that addressed? Because that goes back to the overall number.
Yes.
So I'm not aware of any horizontal enlargement. I can look at that.
Right, I'm just
but it's-
comparing the plan that
Yeah.
that you had submitted to the proposed, and it seems like the front was filled in.
There's a recess on the front.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist anymore on the existing.
Yeah.
So I'll look at that a little bit more
Right, because
closely.
I
There's
couldn't see
a-
the square footage of the existing building. I think
Sure.
that may help also.
As you have seen, there's a pretty long, complicated history related to this building, so I'll look at that piece as well.
Yeah, yeah. Here.
Yeah, yeah. And
I-
dimension,
98 foot.
right,
yeah.
and this dimension is same as what the existing built dimension is.
So I will note that certificates of occupancy have been approved and issued for the building up and until the enlarged portion, the vertical enlargement on the second floor. So my understanding is that anything that
So, but
had
the-
been done since the original 1965 plans and in sort of mid-2000s was approved.
But the vertical enlargement, was that actively an increase in floor area? Or, because you said there was a mezzanine that was replaced, was the mezzanine counted as floor area and then just the enlargement went on top of the first floor?
Correct. So it wasn't a straight replacement of, there was the second floor the vertical enlargement had more floor area than the mezzanine in which it replaced. But basically the amount of floor area that was added to the zoning lot was based on meeting the requirement for the 148 spaces. So they calculated how much additional floor area could be added to the zoning lot while maintaining that 148 space parking requirement. So some floor area was removed when the mezzanine was removed, and additional floor area was added such that the 148 space parking requirement would still be met and additional parking spaces would not be required.
Okay. All right, so arguably your main problem is your zoning lot subdivision, right? Or the
Understood.
district boundary line. Okay. All right. Are there any speakers on this?
No.
Okay, so we need to pick a date for working this out. I think we're going to need some time to work this out.
Yeah, we're thinking maybe mid to end of May.
How about a May 1st submission for May 21st hearing? Or would you like to go, more time?
That works.
Okay, so May 1st submission, May 21st hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 23, 2018-120BZ, 550 West 41st Street, Manhattan. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Go.
Good afternoon, Jordan Most from Brian Cave on behalf of the applicant. Just wanted to briefly respond to comments made at the board's review session yesterday. Just to frame the issue, the previous submission and the review session were basically limited to the applicant's request to have ambient-style music in the outdoor roof space. I just wanted to clarify what I felt were some assumptions made about the roof space to make sure, at least that we're all on the same page, and to see if the board still remains at the same position. One is that the outdoor space is incidental to the gym, of course, that the primary use on the fourth floor is the proposed PCE use, and that it is, again, not open to the public like an outdoor bar at a hotel might be. It's intended to be used as passive use, like recreation, like sunbathing or a yoga class. Again, distinct. Again, I mentioned the hotel use only because it was mentioned yesterday that might be similar to being above a hotel terrace or terrace-type space, which I assumed was meant to also refer to possibly an outdoor bar and social space. There won't be any alcohol in the PCE. There's no liquor license proposed. There's no liquor in the space or in the outdoor space. So again, distinguishing it from a hotel bar, or even like at the prior hearing, there was a brief discussion of a spa on 57th Street that I think is a very different type of space. Hot tubs on the roof with a bar, open late at night, very different from that. Again, passive space I'm emphasizing. Also, I think is very important and relevant is that the limited hours, that the outdoor space is only open, we propose, and happy to discuss even further limiting the hours, but that as it stands, it's proposed to not be open any later than the gym. The gym's hours would be closing at 10 p.m. Monday through Friday and 8 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday. And I guess those are hardly sort of party-type hours, or really a risk of being truly disruptive hours. I think the use of the space also is fairly seasonal. There's really 6 to 8 months of the year where no one will be out on the space on a day like today. There's not going to be any yoga out there or any sunbathing on.
Thankfully, we don't have 8 months of.
That's true. Fair enough. So it's because of its seasonal use. I just point out that it's, again, only several months of the year when it's actually actively being utilized.
You said a lot of what it's not. What are you proposing that it is?
Right. Like I said, sunbathing, I think it's really just a passive space. It's sunbathing with possibly a yoga class outdoors. But it's not, that's it. It's just sort of it's really incidental to the design of the building and the fact that on this floor is a gym and there's an outdoor space that will be accessory to this gym.
Why does it need amplification and use?
It's just part of their.
I'm like sunbathing, I want to read my newspaper and sleep, and meanwhile inside on the treadmills, in order to get my heart rate up, et cetera, there's loud rocking music, right? What do I want loud rocking music pumped out to me during my yoga
loud
class?
rocking music.
Well, or any music.
It's sound limited music. It's volume limited music.
No,
And-
I'm not talking about whether it's limited sound-wise. I'm talking about why would you need music if, for example, there's a yoga class? Yoga class, it's true there's sometimes music for a yoga class, but there's very often never music for a yoga class. So, and if you're relaxing and sunbathing, why do we need music for relaxing and sunbathing?
It's part of the operational desire of the builder and the developer.
It's not part of the programmatic need.
Well, there's no programmatic.
No.
I'm just
right
throwing
here,
that term out there. It's a desire. I'm just making the distinction between the word desire versus a need.
Well, I mean, you could make that, you could say that the gym doesn't need to have a spin room, or it doesn't, it's just part of their design
No, but
plan.
for example, a spin class without someone screaming at you to ride harder just wouldn't be a spin class.
No, I understand
And
that.
so, So you would need amplification because no one can hear the teacher screaming at you unless the teacher is amplified, right? So I get why sort of programmatically, having decided spin studio is what you want to have, which makes sense because that's a desirable feature, why that would need to be amplified. But for exactly that reason, you wouldn't put a spin class outside,
Right.
right?
So, yeah, the term amplification is also, I mean, anything is amplified. Anything that's run through a speaker
Yes,
is
that's
amplified.
what we're talking
So-
about, speakers.
No, I understand that, but I'm just, but when we throw in, a spin class with someone getting, a class getting yelled at, that's a different type of amplification, obviously.
No, it's just a teacher with headsets and a speaker.
No, I know, but that's not, right. I just want to make clear, though, that we're not talking about that. We're talking about, again, we keep trying to emphasize the word ambient, that this is sort of a background music, and that it's a very subtle and
Right, okay.
Anyway, I just also would offer that the developer here, the developer and the operator are one and the same, the operator of the PC and the developer, and that it's sort of this unity of interest, that the developer doesn't have any interest in creating a nuisance in its own space, PCE and building. And less than a block away from here, the Silver Towers at the west side of 11th Avenue between 42nd and 41st Street. And on the 6th floor, there is an outdoor recreation space that this same developer operates. And there is outdoor ambient music there in a complex that has 800 residential units. And there haven't been any complaints with respect to the space, which is about 6,000 or 7,000 square feet.
What I would need, if we were really gonna, which I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze here, but, if what we would need is testing done and then controls on the level of volume. Is it doable? Certainly, but
First of all,
that's
there's no
what.
building yet, right? So the site is vacant.
Right, but-
So
Yeah.
this is a prospective thing. If I could offer a couple of suggestions, I guess, is what I'd like to offer to the board, that you're certainly authorized to prescribe all the controls that would be necessary to appropriate limit the thing, of course. That if in the resolution it said that there was no liquor license or liquor or alcohol service in the PCE or in the outdoor space, that any speakers be direct sound away and down from the building, and that the hours of operation be limited to basically within an hour of sunset. That the space doesn't stay open till late in the evening, which is already limited till 10 o'clock at the very latest.
Okay.
So,
I personally hear you. We see so many gyms. We see so many gyms where the neighbors come and the neighbors are miserable. And why are they miserable? The music, the vibration. Here, I'm not worried about the vibration, but neighbors are miserable because of the music, right? They tell us about glasses vibrating on their tables. They tell us about being able to hear the instructor's actual instructions and the beat of the music, right? I don't see, and that's in an enclosed space with sound-absorbing materials. Important, right? So that's where the gym has already spent quite a lot of money installing insulation and all that sort of stuff, and still the neighbors are upset about being able to hear the throb of the beat, right? There isn't any way for us to ensure that the only music you hear is one of those, the sound of the ocean, as you're sitting there oming, right? There isn't any way for us to limit that, right? So as a result, for me, I just don't think we should be entertaining this. Once the building's built and they do tests, et cetera, they could always come back to amend the application and prove that we did these tests, we set up these speakers, there's the sound consultant who put the monitoring systems in the apartments that have the view, et cetera, but, and the operator, by the way, we don't know, obviously the operator has to come back in this situation because this is the owner-builder who won't ultimately be the operator.
they may though, they may. They operate other spaces like this. I guess,
Okay, that's
my
useful.
only, okay, I guess you said a lot about other, I'm as I'm as well aware of the problems of gyms and noise and internal spaces
Right.
as many applicants here. And I guess those aren't, I'm concerned that we're speaking to that, and that really doesn't have anything to do with the outdoor space. It's a different thing. And I guess I feel like there's some attribution of those problems to the outdoor space.
Well,
But-
what else do? We base it on our own experiences.
Right, but there is no sort of thumping, and there's no, we're talking about this.
Loud music.
That's fine. I guess if we have to, we'll come back, and we're also being,
I also think we have been consistent. Not that we see that many situations where a PC has an outdoor space, but where there is, we have not allowed sound use, at least the
Right.
recent one that I can remember.
but the only one that's been
other,
mentioned is
right.
one that is this dramatically different type of space.
No,
on
no,
50
that one was mentioned because we had so many complaints because sound amplification was allowed on the roof, and that was one where there was actually several lawsuits against that PCE, right? So we're just mentioning the ones where there are particular standouts, but we also have rules that apply, for instance, to all rooftop uses, right? Where we always say no sound amplification, and those are schools, and arguably can be very passive if the faculty makes the kindergartners be quiet, right? Or at least somewhat passive, right? So anyway, the amplification issues we're very consistent with not allowing amplification on a roof.
Okay.
So on that note, are there any speakers, so to speak? All right, so I don't think the drawings show amplification, right? That's the main thing.
Sound isolation.
No, it doesn't show, I don't think, that's about isolation.
Right.
You're just looking for speakers.
Yeah, I'm just looking for. No, there's nothing in the notes.
Okay, so then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shepherd?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant on condition. This is also including the grant of the use of the roof terrace for the PCE on condition that there's no sound amplification permitted on the roof.
That's it? Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shepherd?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you.
New cases, item number 2, 2017-233BZ, 446 and 448 Park Avenue, Brooklyn. Ready? Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Good.
Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel PC for the applicant. Chair, we are presenting, we're making an initial presentation for this application, so just to briefly recount the facts, which are very straightforward. This is a block which is primarily M11. Despite that designation, well over 80% of the block maintains non-conforming residential uses. So, as is the case with many other applications, we approached the board with the request to waive use regulations to allow for residential use of the property. We had a representative of the executive session. We understand that additional work needs to be submitted with regards to the uniqueness finding. We did, in the interim between the executive session and this hearing, dig back into the precedent with regards to this block and the two adjacent blocks. As was noted in the statement of facts, there are 13 prior cases which were submitted and granted based upon the same variance request. And of those cases, just again, to briefly recount, despite that we will come back with additional evidence, approximately 4 of those out of 13 had site dimensions which were greater than the subject lot, including the subject lot itself is 39 feet by 82 feet. The additional cases which were greater than that involved 41 by 82, 43 by 108, 44 by 108, and 50 by 100. In addition, for 2 of those cases, they were combined lots, as this lot is. So we still think that we have the basic foundation for a reasonable request. We also have 2 adjacent residential uses, a factor that is cited in many prior applications for waiver of M11 regulations. So we're gonna go back and take a deeper look at that and present the board with an additional submission. I would note that for purposes of comments primarily from Commissioner Otley Brown, Barbara Cohen is unavailable to us today, so she did say that she would respond in writing, understood the additional comparisons which needed to be made with regards to an as-of-right development, and will do so, hopefully to the satisfaction of the board. Again, the lot itself is 39 feet, is 82 feet deep, has a lot area of 3,200 square feet, and we seek to better establish the A finding in our next submission to the board.
Okay, so, but in addition to which you heard that the board thinks that the R7A is the wrong.
Yeah,
right?
that's clear. I think we were taking a big bite, but we'll take a little bit harder look at the site dimensions as well as the other properties on the block and adjacent properties as well.
I appreciate that.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, and then meanwhile, you have environmental issues to deal with and so on, right?
Of course. Oh, I just would note for the purposes of the board, and we can formally submit this, that and we can submit this today, these were 2 forms for objection or consent were inadvertently mailed to our office, both of which are located along Park Avenue and support the application, so I'm going to submit these.
Give it to Darryl, it's his case. Okay. I don't think there are any speakers, because everyone in the audience is part of the usual practitioners.
Part of the team.
So then we could just set up a time.
Great.
Regarding the cost analysis, are you going to submit new construction cost analysis?
Yeah, construction costs?
Yes.
So just to do this sequence so that there's not a lot of wasted time, the first is that we don't know that we have an A finding, right? And that the building is not at all in line with the scale, right? So I think that those 2, and when I say a waste of time, I also mean a waste of money of having a consultant working on something when we don't even know if you're anywhere, right?
Sure.
So I would say stick with working on your A finding, which needs an enormous effort, and then an offer, let's just say, assuming A finding, a building that might be in line with what we'd be willing to consider. And then, if you've gotten over that, then we would look at costs.
That's fair enough.
Because that just seems, otherwise you're having someone do work for nothing.
Yeah, the only additional items that we would be reflecting in the revised financial statements would be those raised on the record at the executive session with regards to costing out the as-of-right design.
Yes and no. So because we didn't believe we had an A, I didn't read any of my comments, nor did Commissioner Otley Brown really go into detail about hers, nor did Commissioner Shipka, right? So I just have to say that the materials in the financials in general were really deficient, and to get into more detail would force you to go redo everything, and we don't even know if you have an A.
Understood.
Okay.
Just ask.
Madam Chair, but the community?
Do you care for the community board?
Say again?
Community board?
We don't have the community board recommendation.
And that's what I wanted to bring up, that we don't have it. so.
Okay, yeah, we had, that was asked, I think that was requested in the notice of comments, right? And we didn't get
Yeah.
that.
I just had Amanda Ionati, I just a question about our next submission. If we revise the proposed building, that would also need to be accompanied, though, by one construction cost estimate for that new building. And then we would update the financial report to reflect
Yeah,
a
but
lower
so
building, right?
What I'm trying to do is avoid having another consultant that costs money, who then reaches out to yet another consultant, because you have the cost estimator and you have your financial analyst who are going to be charging. I'm trying to not be wasteful of money, right? So at this point, it's the size of the building, completely immaterial of any cost analysis. The building is too big of an ask, right? So you need to look at what would be a potentially acceptable ask based on, I mean, I really would say it's an R6B. So that's a 2 FAR district, right? So looking at an R6B would be more in line with what the board might consider if it were able to find an A. And so then if we came to the terms with, okay, we might be willing to consider this, then you would end up having to substantiate the as of right against the proposed, right? But we do have a problem with the as of right, because right off the bat, we know we have a problem with the B, because the as of right at the moment has a seller that seems to be bringing up the costs, and we think we have a potentially viable site with an as of right project. So, right? So if you wanted to redo, let's say, look closer at your as of right, I don't know whether that's a good idea to do at this point, to look closer just at the as of right in isolation.
I mean, it wouldn't take long for you to look closer at the as of right now with the financials to see the big issue, which is that, especially once you reduce the construction cost, you've got a working project. A smaller project in scale, smaller return in terms of dollars, but same percentage return. And that's a major issue that you're going to have to deal with going forward, whether you decide to do it. So it's not going to be hard to see the comments that I made and say, oh yeah, I see what you mean. The question is, can you make the A finding? And then if you can make the A finding, can you somehow correct the record regarding the B finding in a very believable, credible way? That's your challenge.
Yeah.
And just to briefly note, while we did have a community board hearing on this, I believe the land use committee did not issue a determination. It seems to be the theme of the day, but we'll.
You mean the full board
they
didn't
did-
issue a determination?
I understand the full board did not vote. Oh, and the committee, I think, did not issue a vote either. So we can circle back with them.
Sorry, the land use committee met, didn't
did meet.
issue resolution.
Correct.
Full board met, no, did not meet,
No.
okay.
So can you go back and find out, this was submitted, similar story. This
Yeah,
was
I know.
submitted in August of 2017. It's not the same community board?
No, no, no.
No, I know, so I don't understand
I
that
think it
they
just might
didn't
be-
have a follow-up meeting.
The applicant.
What'd you say?
I think it might have to do with the applicant.
I think that was an attempt at a joke.
Hopefully,
Yes, that was levity for the record.
the record
Right,
show
yes.
sarcastic comment.
Yeah, okay.
Brackets.
Okay.
All right, thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, so how much time
Need a month.
would you need to?
I think 3 to 4 weeks would be sufficient for a resubmission.
Okay. How do you feel about a submission by April 10th?
That works?
That's a little.
5 weeks? Yeah, that's great.
Can I just say something? I just looked at a few of your precedent-setting cases.
Yes.
And to me, some of those kind of reinforced what the chair and I said, and that we thought that the 25-foot wide buildings were more encumbered than your site.
Okay.
And so I think you should focus on the cases that don't reinforce what we just said to kind of change our minds about what we
Okay.
said.
Fine. I mean, that's,
Sorry.
yeah, no, we had noted that, we also, but we did specifically note that there are these lots which have larger dimensions, both in width and depth. So, but we will focus on those and.
That don't have other
That don't have
hardships,
other
such
hardships.
as environmental
Correct.
or...
One of those cases, the 50 by 100 actually had environmental, but
Okay,
the other
so-
three do not. So,
Okay, oh, okay.
looking forward.
Was April 10th an acceptable?
That would be great, thank you.
Okay, so submission April 10th for hearing April 30th.
Thank you, Chair, thank you, Commissioners.
This concludes the public hearing for March 5th, 2019.
Thank you.